There is a town in America that does not exist on any map. It has a nuclear power plant and a tire fire. It has a harbor and a mountain range and a desert and a coastline and a forest, all within driving distance of each other, all somehow sharing the same zip code. It has a monorail that barely works, a mayor who is openly corrupt, a police force that solves crimes mostly by accident, and a billionaire who is, by any reasonable medical estimate, somewhere between 100 and 140 years old. The sky above this town is always the same shade of pale blue. The clouds drift slowly. The trees are always that particular shade of green that only exists in animation. And on a quiet residential street called Evergreen Terrace, in a two-story house with a slightly uneven roof and a car in the driveway that somehow keeps running, a family of 5 has lived the same day over and over again for 36 years. Their names are Homer, Marge, Bart, Lisa, and Maggie Simpson. And tonight, for the next several hours, we are going to visit them. We are going to walk through their town very slowly. We are going to sit down beside their stories the way you sit down beside a fire, not to solve anything, not to reach a conclusion, but simply to be close to the warmth of something that has been burning for a very long time. This is not a stressful video. Nothing here needs to be figured out tonight. The mysteries of Springfield have been unsolved for 3 decades, and they will still be unsolved when the sun comes up tomorrow. There is no test at the end. There is no final answer you are supposed to reach. There is only the slow, patient unfolding of one of the strangest fictional worlds ever created, told at the pace of a late night, in the voice of someone who has spent far too much time thinking about a cartoon family, and found, unexpectedly, that those thoughts have something real inside them. So settle in. Let your body get heavy, let the light get softer. And let Springfield come to you the way it always has, through the television, through the quiet, through that particular feeling of familiarity that is almost like coming home to a place you have never actually been. We begin where every good mystery begins. At the beginning of the question, not the answer, the question. The question is this: why has nothing in Springfield ever changed? It sounds simple. It sounds like a question with an obvious answer. It is a cartoon, you might say. Cartoons do not change. Characters in animated shows stay the same age because aging would require the show to end, and the show is never allowed to end because the show makes too much money to end. That is the practical answer. That is the answer the people who make the show would give you if you asked them on a conference call. But we are not on a conference call. We are lying here in the dark, and the practical answer has never been particularly satisfying to the part of the human brain that wakes up at 2 in the morning wondering about things that do not quite add up. So let us try a different approach. Let us treat the question seriously. Let us ask it the way a detective asks a question, not looking for the convenient answer, but looking for the true one. Why has nothing in Springfield ever changed? To understand the weight of that question, you have to understand the scale of what has happened in Springfield over 36 years of television. This town has been destroyed multiple times. It has been flooded, burned, invaded, blown up, contaminated, sealed inside a glass dome by the United States government, and struck by disasters both natural and manufactured. It has survived a comet. It has survived a plague. It has survived the blocking of its own sun by a device built by its wealthiest resident. It has survived Homer Simpson, which is arguably the most impressive survival of all. And after every single one of those events, after every catastrophe and crisis and world-altering upheaval, the town wakes up the next morning exactly as it was before. The buildings are standing, the streets are clean, the characters are in their usual places doing their usual things. Bart is at school, Homer is at work, Marge is at home. Lisa is quietly suffering. Maggie is watching. The slate is wiped clean. The memory is erased. And Springfield continues. In the real world, towns change. Even small, seemingly static communities are in constant motion. People age and move away. Buildings are torn down and replaced. The diner that was on the corner for 40 years closes and becomes a pharmacy. Children grow up and become adults and have children of their own. The town you grew up in, if you go back to it after 20 years, will be recognizable but different in 100 small ways that accumulate into something significant. Time leaves marks on places the same way it leaves marks on people. Springfield has no marks. Not one. After 36 years, after nearly 800 episodes, the town looks exactly as it did in December of 1989 when it first appeared on our television screens. The Simpson house is the same shade of off-white. The nuclear power plant's cooling towers are the same shape against the same sky. The Quick E-Mart is still on the corner. Moe's Tavern is still dark and sticky and smelling of decades-old beer. The Springfield Elementary playground equipment that should have been replaced 20 years ago is still there. Slightly dangerous, occasionally radioactive, unchanged. There is a term for this in television production: a floating timeline. It means that the show's present is always the audience's present. When an episode airs in 2025, The Simpsons are living in 2025. When an episode aired in 1998, they were living in 1998. The characters exist in a kind of eternal now. Always contemporary, never historical, never moving forward in a linear direction because forward motion would eventually require an ending. The floating timeline is a practical decision made for practical reasons, but it creates something strange when you look at it from the inside. Homer Simpson has been to space. He has met God twice. He has worked as a food critic, a monorail conductor, a missionary, a boxing manager, a country music star, a mob enforcer, a member of a secret society, and an astronaut. He has traveled to dozens of countries. He has befriended hundreds of celebrities. He has had adventures that would take several normal human lifetimes to complete. And through all of it, he has remained the same age. He has remained in the same house. He has remained employed at the same nuclear power plant in the same sector, doing the same job he was doing on day one. The adventures accumulate but leave no trace. The experiences pile up but produce no growth. Homer is both the most eventful character in the history of American animation and, in some fundamental way, the least changed. There is something hypnotic about that, something almost dreamlike. And that dreamlike quality is not an accident. As we explore Springfield tonight, you will find that the theories which attempt to explain why nothing changes all circle back to the same unsettling truth. The stasis of Springfield is not a production convenience. It is the point. It is the message. It is the thing the show has been saying from the beginning, in a language made of repetition and reset, and the particular sadness of a world that cannot move forward. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. Tonight, we are going to take Springfield apart, slowly and gently, the way you take apart a clock not to break it, but to see what is inside. We are going to look at 8 major theories, each one a different lens through which to view the same impossible town. And somewhere in the overlap between those lenses, somewhere in the space where the theories touch and confirm each other, we will find something that looks very much like the truth. Or at least something that looks like the most interesting version of the truth, which in Springfield has always been a more valuable thing. The first lens we will use is the widest one, the one that tries to explain everything at once, the one that begins not with a character or a plot point, but with a building. With smoke rising from cracked cooling towers against that pale, eternal Springfield sky. We begin with the nuclear power plant. We begin with the thing that has always been there, in the background of almost every establishing shot, the most visible and most ignored landmark in the most visible and most ignored town in American television. 2 towers, a little smoke, always there, always running, always in some technical and official sense, completely fine. We will spend a great deal of time with those towers tonight, but that comes next. For now, just let yourself settle into Springfield. Let the image of it form in whatever way it forms for you. The yellow sky, the rolling hills, the school bus going by, the river where a 3-eyed fish swims very slowly through water that catches the light in a way that is almost pretty if you do not think about why it glows. You are here. You are home. Nothing has changed. That is the first clue. Take your time with it. The town of Springfield has a geography that defies the laws of the physical world, and the more you sit with that fact, the stranger it becomes. In one episode, Springfield is clearly positioned in the northeastern United States, surrounded by forests of the kind that turn gold and red in autumn. In another, it sits baking under a desert sun, surrounded by red rock formations and dry washes that suggest the American Southwest. In yet another, it has a coastline, a working harbor, fishing boats, the smell of the ocean. And in still others, it is surrounded by the flat, agricultural plains of the Midwest, cornfields stretching to every horizon, grain silos visible in the distance. These are not different episodes showing different sides of a large and geographically complex region. These are episodes that seem to be saying, with total confidence, that Springfield is exactly in the kind of place they are depicting. The show does not acknowledge the contradictions. The characters do not comment on the unusual climatic shifts. 1 week, Springfield is under 6 feet of snow. 3 episodes later, Homer is complaining about the heat, while the landscape behind him looks unambiguously tropical. Matt Groening, the show's creator, addressed this in a 2012 interview. He said he named the town after Springfield, Oregon, because it was one of the most common city names in the country, and because there was a real Springfield near where he grew up. For approximately 48 hours following that interview, the mystery of Springfield's location was considered solved. It was Oregon. The show was set in Oregon, and then the writers kept contradicting it. Episodes continued to air that placed Springfield in geographic contexts completely inconsistent with Oregon. The confession did not change the show. The mystery did not close. It simply absorbed the new information and continued. Some fans have argued that this is just lazy writing, that the show's various rooms of writers togged over 36 years simply did not coordinate carefully enough to maintain a consistent geography, and the result is a patchwork of contradictions that have no deeper meaning. But here's what is interesting about that explanation. The Simpsons writing room has historically been one of the most intellectually rigorous in American television. The show is famous for its Harvard-educated writers, for its willingness to spend enormous time on single jokes, for its density of reference and allusion and structural cleverness. This is not a writing staff that accidentally contradicts itself on major geography for 36 consecutive years. The geographic impossibility of Springfield is maintained deliberately. The show could establish Springfield in a real state at any point. It would take one line of dialogue, one establishing title card, one reference that is not immediately contradicted by something else. And the show has never done it. Across 800 episodes and thousands of individual creative choices, the location of Springfield has never been pinned down because the people who make the show have decided over and over again that it should not be pinned down. Why? The most generous explanation is that Springfield is meant to be universal. A town that could be anywhere is a town that belongs to everyone. A family that lives in a geography-less space can feel like your family because the town they live in might as well be your town. The specificity of place is sacrificed in service of emotional universality. This is probably true. This is almost certainly part of the intention. But under the stranger theories we will explore tonight, the geographic impossibility of Springfield carries an additional weight. A town with no fixed location has no fixed regulatory authority. It cannot be reliably reached by the Environmental Protection Agency. It cannot be consistently overseen by a single state's attorney general. It floats perpetually in a jurisdictional gray zone where accountability is always theoretical and never practical. You cannot shut down a nuclear power plant if you cannot reliably establish which state the nuclear power plant is in. Springfield does not have a location because Springfield has found that not having a location is safer than the alternative. That is the kind of thought that sounds like a conspiracy theory until you sit with it for a while. And then it starts to feel like the most logical explanation in the room. But we are still at the surface. We are still looking at the shape of things from the outside, from the hillside, from the road that leads into town. The cooling towers are visible from here. The smoke is rising. Let us go closer. Let your breathing slow. Let the image of those towers settle into the middle distance of your imagination. The hum of the power plant is a constant low frequency in this town, so present and so consistent that the residents long ago stopped hearing it. It is like a heartbeat. You do not notice it until it stops, and in Springfield, it has never stopped. Not once. In 36 years. If you are enjoying this journey through Springfield so far, drop a comment below and tell us where you are watching from and what time it is where you are. We would love to know who is out there in the dark with us. And if you have not subscribed yet, now is a good time. There is a lot of Springfield left to cover, and you are going to want to be here for all of it. Section 2. The Poison in the Water. Let us begin with a number. 342. That is the number of safety violations found during a surprise inspection of the Springfield nuclear power plant. Not approximated, not estimated. 342 specific, documented, cataloged violations, each one representing a failure of safety protocol significant enough to be noted by a federal inspector, and collectively representing a level of institutional negligence so comprehensive that it suggests not carelessness, but intention. The estimated cost to bring the plant up to code following that inspection was $56 million. Charles Montgomery Burns, the plant's owner, declined to spend it. Burns is a billionaire many times over. The money was, by any practical measurement, available. He simply chose not to spend it. Not because the problems were minor, not because the inspector was wrong, but because fixing the violations would require acknowledging that the violations existed, and acknowledging that the violations existed would invite the kind of questions that Burns has spent his entire career ensuring nobody asks. What questions? The ones that begin with the water. Radioactive waste from the Springfield nuclear power plant has been dumped directly into local bodies of water. This is not a theory. This is depicted on screen in canonical episodes, without ambiguity. Barrels of glowing green material dropped into rivers and lakes. Drums of waste buried in soil that borders residential neighborhoods. The plant's runoff seeping into the groundwater supply that feeds the wells and pipes and taps of every home in Springfield. The fish in Springfield's waterways glow faintly in the dark. Not metaphorically, not as a background joke that the camera happens to catch. The fish in Springfield's water supply are visibly, measurably different from fish that live in uncontaminated water. And the most famous of those fish, the one that the show introduced in its second season and has never fully abandoned, is a fish named Blinky. Blinky has 3 eyes. He has 2 eyes where a normal fish has 2 eyes, and 1 additional eye positioned slightly above and between the others. An extra organ of vision grown from flesh that should not have produced it. A mutation visible to the naked eye from across a room. A biological impossibility made possible by proximity to the kind of radioactive contamination that the plant has been releasing into the water supply for decades. When Blinky was first discovered, he became national news within the show. A gubernatorial candidate used photographs of Blinky as evidence that Mr. Burns was poisoning the environment. The story got coverage. People paid attention. Burns was forced to eat Blinky on live television to prove the fish was harmless. He did so. The audience watched. And then the audience went home. And the next morning, nobody was testing the water, and nobody was studying the soil, and nobody was examining the people who had been drinking from the same river where Blinky was found. And life in Springfield continued exactly as before. Because that is what Springfield does. It looks at the 3-eyed fish and it says, well, that is certainly unusual, and then it moves on. But the question that nobody in the show ever asks is the question that makes the radiation theory click into place with a sound like a key turning in a lock. If the fish have 3 eyes, what is happening to the people drinking the same water? The answer, when you look at the residents of Springfield with fresh eyes, is everywhere and it is overwhelming. And it begins with the most obvious physical characteristic of every single person who lives in this town. Not the hair, not the overbites, the skin. The people of Springfield are yellow, not a little bit yellow. Not the kind of yellowing you might associate with certain lighting conditions or certain film stocks. A deep, consistent, unmistakable yellow that covers every inch of exposed skin on every single person who has lived in Springfield for any significant length of time. Homer is yellow. Marge is yellow. Bart, Lisa, and Maggie are yellow. The neighbors are yellow. The teachers are yellow. The police are yellow. The mayor is yellow. The barflies at Moe's are yellow. The congregation at the church is yellow. Every Springfield resident, every background character, every person who has spent their life in this town wears that same impossible skin tone. And here's the detail that the radiation theory pivots on. When visitors come to Springfield, when guest characters arrive from outside the town, they do not look yellow. They look different. Their skin tones are more varied, more natural, more reflective of the actual range of human pigmentation. Their proportions are more realistic. Their eyes are less bulging. Their features are more anatomically plausible. The show consistently draws outsiders with a visual vocabulary that is subtly but unmistakably different from the visual vocabulary it uses for Springfield residents. The conventional explanation for this is artistic. The show has a distinctive animation style, and the guests are drawn to look different from the regular characters because they were designed by different artists or animated in a slightly different way to signal to the audience that they are new arrivals. But within the internal logic of the show's universe, within the reality that the characters themselves inhabit, this visual difference represents something else. There is a visible, observable, consistent physical difference between people who live inside Springfield and people who come from outside it. The people inside look mutated. The people outside look normal. The radiation theory does not require a dramatic moment of revelation. It does not need a scene where a scientist holds up test results and says the word radiation. It simply asks you to look at what the show has been showing you from the very beginning and follow the logic wherever it leads. The logic leads here. The Springfield nuclear power plant has been leaking radioactive material into the water supply, the soil, and the air of this town since long before the show began. The residents have been absorbing that contamination through every meal they eat and every glass of water they drink and every breath they take. And the result, visible in every frame of every episode, is a population that has been physically altered at the cellular level by multi-generational radioactive exposure. The yellow skin, the bulging eyes, the distinctive overbites, the 4 fingers on each hand rather than 5, the hair that grows in shapes that defy gravity and physics, the bodies that absorb trauma that should be fatal and recover from it with inexplicable speed, the children born with characteristics that no normal genetic combination would produce. All of it. Every physical quirk and biological possibility that the show treats as background detail. All of it traces back to the same source, the same cracked cooling towers, the same barrels of glowing waste, the same river where Blinky swims in slow circles with his 3 improbable eyes open to the contaminated water around him. But the radiation theory goes deeper than skin color and extra eyes. It goes into the mind. It goes into the part of the human brain responsible for critical thinking, for cause and effect reasoning, for the basic cognitive function that allows a person to look at a problem and ask, sensibly and clearly, why? Homer Simpson has an IQ of 55. This is not presented as a medical emergency by the show. It is presented as a character trait, as the foundational joke around which most of the show's comedy is constructed. Homer is not very bright. Homer makes bad decisions. Homer is employed in a job that requires intelligence he does not possess. This is the setup for 36 years of humor. But the radiation theory asks you to look at that IQ number differently. An IQ of 55 places Homer in the category of moderate intellectual disability. This is not the low end of normal human intelligence. This is below the range that most standard intelligence assessments are designed to measure accurately. In any other context, in any real-world setting, a person with an IQ of 55 would require significant support to function independently, would face significant barriers to employment, and would almost certainly not be able to maintain a technical safety role at a nuclear facility. Homer has maintained that role for over 3 decades. He has held it through his own repeated near catastrophes, through safety inspections that documented his failures alongside the plant's 342 other violations, through firings and rehirings and the kind of institutional chaos that should have resulted in his permanent removal from anything connected to fission and rods and the control systems of an active reactor core. The show treats this as absurdist comedy. A man too dumb for his job who keeps the job forever because the universe has a sense of humor. The radiation theory treats it as evidence. Homer's cognitive impairment is not a random character trait. It is the direct result of a lifetime of exposure to the same contamination that has altered every other biological system in his body. He grew up in Springfield. He grew up drinking the water and breathing the air and eating the food, grown in soil that had been absorbing radioactive runoff for decades before he was born. He has worked in direct proximity to an active reactor core for his entire adult life. The cumulative radiation exposure that Homer Simpson's brain has absorbed over the course of his life would, in the real world, cause exactly the kind of neurological damage that results in exactly the kind of cognitive impairment that the show treats as Homer's most charming quality. And Homer is not alone. The evidence of widespread cognitive damage in Springfield is everywhere you look once you start looking for it. Chief Clancy Wiggum, the head of the Springfield Police Department, is catastrophically incompetent. Not bumbling detective incompetent, not good-hearted but clumsy incompetent. Genuinely, comprehensively unable to perform the basic functions of his role in ways that suggest not a lack of effort, but a lack of capacity. Cases go unsolved that a moderately alert child could crack. Evidence is mishandled so completely that it suggests an inability to understand what evidence is for. Wiggum has been the chief of police for the entirety of the show's run, and Springfield's crime rate has never been lower because of anything he has done. The teachers at Springfield Elementary are not notably more functional. Principal Skinner, who we will return to at great length later in the story, is a character defined by his inability to exercise any meaningful authority over the institution he ostensibly runs. The teachers, with the occasional exception of the temporary and always departing substitutes who arrive from outside Springfield and bring with them something that looks briefly like competence, manage their classrooms the way you might manage a situation you have long since given up hope of improving. The entire civic and institutional infrastructure of Springfield functions at a level that would be alarming in a real community. The mayor is openly corrupt, not in a sophisticated, calculated way, but in the way of someone who has absorbed so many civic norms about corruption that he genuinely seems to believe this is simply how governance works. The medical professionals have missed diagnoses that should have been obvious. The legal system produces outcomes that bear no consistent relationship to evidence or law. A town full of people whose critical thinking has been impaired by decades of radioactive contamination would look exactly like this. It would look like Springfield. It would look like a community that keeps making the same mistakes without learning from them, that keeps electing the same corrupt officials without questioning the pattern, that keeps looking at three-eyed fish and contaminated water, and a billionaire who glows in the dark and finding ways to explain each individual anomaly without ever asking the larger question that connects them all. Now let us follow this theory to its most uncomfortable conclusion. If the radiation is impairing the cognitive function of Springfield's residents, someone knows about it. Someone in Springfield has the knowledge and the resources to understand what is happening, to track the contamination, to measure its effects on the biological systems of the people living downwind of those cooling towers. Someone who has access to private medical research. Someone who runs their own pharmaceutical division. Someone who, as we will explore in much greater detail later tonight, undergoes weekly medical treatments specifically designed to manage the effects of radiation on a biological system. Someone like Mr. Burns. The show establishes, across multiple episodes, that Burns has a personal physician, access to cutting-edge medical technology, and an intimate understanding of what radiation does to the human body, because his own survival depends on managing radiation's effects in his own physiology. He knows what his plant is doing to Springfield because he is personally familiar with what radiation does over time. He has seen it in his own body. He has developed countermeasures. He pays professionals to keep the effects calibrated. And he has those resources. The people of Springfield do not. The people of Springfield drink the water and breathe the air and eat the food and have the children, and watch the children grow up with the same yellow skin and the same bulging eyes and the same overbites and the same cognitive fog that their parents had. And they do not question it because the cognitive fog makes questioning difficult. The contamination protects itself. The damage it does to the brain's capacity for critical reasoning makes it harder to reason critically about the source of that damage. It is, if you think about it for long enough, a very elegant system. Not a kind system, not a moral system, but a functional and self-sustaining one, in the way that ecological systems are functional and self-sustaining, in the way that a river finds the path of least resistance and follows it without conscience or intention. The plant leaks. The water carries the contamination to every tap and every plate and every glass in Springfield. The contamination impairs the cognitive function of the population over time. The impaired population lacks the capacity to organize effectively against the source of their contamination. The plant continues to operate. The water continues to carry the contamination. And somewhere in the middle of the loop, in a house on Evergreen Terrace, a family with yellow skin and 4 fingers on each hand sits down to dinner and talks about their day. Now, here is the most haunting detail of the radiation theory, the one that sits in the back of your mind long after you have closed your eyes and tried to sleep. Homer Simpson, in season 12, has the crayon removed from his brain. We will discuss the crayon in more detail later, but the short version is this. There is a crayon lodged in Homer's brain, has been since childhood, and when a doctor removes it, Homer's IQ increases dramatically. He becomes intelligent, articulate, capable of complex reasoning. He sees Springfield clearly, possibly for the first time in his adult life. He sees his job clearly. He sees the plant clearly. He sees the architecture of his own life, the way it was designed, the way it was constrained, the walls that were built around him before he was old enough to know they were being built. And the intelligence makes him miserable. Because a clear-eyed view of Springfield is not a comfortable thing, and so Homer chooses to have the crayon put back. He chooses the fog, he walks back into the warmth of his own diminishment and closes the door behind him. The radiation theory suggests that this is not simply Homer's choice. It is Springfield's design. A population that can occasionally glimpse the truth clearly enough to find it unbearable, but not clearly enough to dismantle its source, will always choose the fog. Because the fog is comfortable. Because the fog is familiar. Because the fog, for a person who has been living inside it their entire life, feels like home. There is a hum over Springfield, low, constant, below the threshold of conscious hearing. It comes from the cooling towers. It comes from the water in the pipes. It comes from the soil in the gardens. It comes from something deeper than all of those, from the structure of a town that was built around a particular kind of darkness and has been sustained by that darkness for longer than anyone inside it can clearly remember. You can hear it if you listen, but you have to be very still. You have to let the rest of the noise fade away. Just lie there. Just breathe. Just let the image of Springfield at night form in the space behind your closed eyes. The house is dark and quiet. The streets empty. The power plant on the hill, its cooling towers breathing their slow, pale breath into the night sky. Its lights reflected in the surface of the river below, where something glows faintly in the water, moving in slow circles, 3 eyes open to the darkness above. The plant hums. Springfield sleeps. And in Sector 7G, the screens glow softly, monitoring nothing in particular, watched by no one, all the way to morning. Section 3. The Dream That Never Ended. On April 1st, 1993, a television episode aired. The date matters. April Fool's Day, 1993. The 18th episode of the show's 4th season. It was called So It's Come to This, a Simpsons clip show. The premise was straightforward in the way that Simpsons premises are often straightforward, which is to say it arrived at something dark through the sunniest possible route. Bart, having run out of elaborate April Fool's pranks, decides to take one of Homer's beer cans to an auto body shop. He places the can inside an industrial paint shaker. He runs it on the highest setting for a significant amount of time. He takes the can home. He puts it back in the refrigerator, exactly where Homer would find it. Homer finds it. Homer opens it. The explosion is described in the episode as equivalent to approximately 3 sticks of dynamite. It sends Homer to the hospital with injuries serious enough to require extended medical care. And while Homer is lying in his hospital bed, recovering from the explosion, he sees a vending machine across the room. He has not eaten in some time. He wants a candy bar. He gets up, walks to the machine, and attempts to retrieve one. The machine tips over. It falls on Homer. Homer flatlines. He enters what the episode calls without any ambiguity, a coma, a clinical coma, a state of unconsciousness from which he does not wake for 7 weeks. The episode follows the family through those 7 weeks. Marge sits by his bed. The children visit. The town rallies around them in the awkward, well-meaning way that Springfield always rallies around the Simpsons when something genuinely terrible has happened. And then Homer wakes up. Bart is at his bedside, tearfully confessing that the explosion was his fault. Homer springs awake and immediately starts strangling his son. The family laughs. Homer laughs. The crisis is resolved. The show goes to commercial. Life in Springfield returns to normal. Except, in the final moments of that episode, before the credits roll, A doctor tells Homer that during the 7-week coma, Homer lost 5% of his brain function. 5%. Gone. The doctor is not speaking metaphorically. He is describing permanent neurological damage caused by the extended period of unconsciousness. Brain tissue that was alive before the coma is no longer functioning after it. Homer's response to learning this is to laugh, even though, as Homer himself says out loud, he does not understand why he is laughing. The family finds this charming, the episode ends, and somewhere in the overlap between the laughter and the credits, between the charm and the neurological damage, a fan theory was born that has become the most discussed, most debated, most carefully constructed alternative reading of a television series in the history of the internet. The Homer coma theory. The basic premise is almost painfully simple. Homer did not wake up. He did not wake up in April 1993. The moment that the show presents as Homer's recovery, the hand reaching up, the eyes opening, the strangling of Bart, the laughter, all of it happened inside the mind of a man who had not yet reached consciousness. All of it was a dream, a very detailed, very sustained, very loving dream, but a dream nonetheless. And every episode that has aired since that April, 32 years of television, 800 episodes, every guest appearance and every adventure and every reset and every impossible thing that has happened in Springfield, all of it has taken place inside the sleeping mind of Homer Simpson, lying in a hospital bed at Springfield General, slowly losing brain function, dreaming of the family he cannot reach. This theory was originally proposed on Reddit by a user who recognized something that most casual viewers had not quite articulated but had always vaguely felt. The show changed after season 4. Not in quality, not initially, or at least not only in quality, in kind. The stories that the show told before the coma episode and the stories it told after have a fundamentally different character. Before the coma, the show was grounded. Not realistic, it was always a cartoon, but the storylines dealt with recognizable human problems. Homer tries to quit drinking. Marge becomes concerned about a friend's marriage. Bart faces consequences at school that feel connected to real-world educational stakes. Lisa develops a crush on a substitute teacher. The family struggles financially, genuinely, in ways that cause actual anxiety within the narrative. These are the problems of a real family, filtered through satire, but not detached from reality. After the coma, something shifts. Homer goes to space. Homer meets God twice. Homer becomes the leader of a neighborhood vigilante group. Homer joins a secret society. Homer discovers his mother is a fugitive radical. Homer becomes a food critic, a boxing manager, a country music star. Homer befriends dozens of celebrities. Homer travels to dozens of countries. Homer is declared legally dead several times and comes back each time without consequence. The escalation is not gradual. It is a break. A seismic shift in the show's relationship to reality that begins, with remarkable precision, in the episodes that follow the coma. The coma theory says this is not a coincidence. When the brain enters a deep coma, particularly one resulting from physical trauma, it does not simply go dark. It continues to generate experience. The unconscious mind does not stop producing narrative. It draws on memory, on emotion, on fragments of ambient information received from the environment of the hospital room, and it assembles these fragments into something that feels, from the inside, like life, like continuity, like the world continuing to happen. Homer's dreaming brain, deprived of new experiences, deprived of the actual passage of time, draws on everything it contains. All the memories, all the fantasies, all the things Homer has ever wished for or feared or wanted to understand. And it builds Springfield from these materials. It builds the show from the inside out, starting with what it knows, which is the world as it was in April 1993, and then slowly, as the brain deteriorates and the dream grows more desperate, filling the world with increasingly improbable things. This is why nobody ages. Not because of radiation, though the coma theory and the radiation theory are not mutually exclusive, they can coexist in interesting ways that we will return to. Nobody ages because the dreaming brain of Homer Simpson cannot imagine his children growing older than they were on the day he last saw them clearly. Bart was 10, Lisa was 8, Maggie was 1. Those are the ages of Homer's children, locked in place by the last clear memory before the vending machine fell. The dream cannot advance them because Homer was not there to see the advancement happen. You cannot dream accurately about events you never witnessed. His wife stays the same because the last time Homer saw Marge clearly, before the coma took him, she looked exactly the way she looks in every episode. His friends are frozen at the ages they were when the world went dark for him. The whole of Springfield is a memorial, assembled lovingly and obsessively from the materials of a life that stopped in a hospital room in 1993. Now let us go back 6 months before the coma. Let us go to Season 4, Episode 3. An episode called Homer the Heretic. In this episode, Homer decides to stop going to church. He stays home while Marge and the children attend the service, and while alone in the house, he has a kind of euphoric morning, making his own waffles and watching television in his underwear and experiencing the quiet joy of having nothing required of him. And then he falls asleep, and in his sleep, he has a conversation with God. An actual conversation, face to face. A personal exchange between Homer Simpson and the divine, conducted in the way that very comfortable theological conversations are sometimes conducted gently, without judgment, with a kind of warm humor on God's part that suggests the universe is not as serious about itself as its inhabitants tend to be. And during this conversation, God tells Homer something. He tells him that Homer will one day understand the meaning of life. But not yet. He says Homer's time is coming. 6 months later, Homer is in a coma. The coma theory reads this not as a joke, not as a theological whimsy. It reads it as a prophecy. God, or Homer's dream of God, or whatever the show means when it places a deity in conversation with its main character, told Homer that his time was coming. And 6 months later, the vending machine fell. 6 months later, the dream began. There is something almost unbearably sad about this reading, but also something gentle in it. Because what the coma theory ultimately describes, when you strip away the horror movie framing that some tellings give it, is not a nightmare. It is not a tragedy in the sense of something terrible happening to an undeserving person. It is something more complicated than that. It is a man lying in a hospital bed dreaming about the only things he has ever truly loved. Because look at what Homer's coma gives him. Look at what the dream provides. It provides Marge, always there, always patient, always his. In the dream, Marge never leaves. In the dream, Marge's love for Homer is a constant, a given, something that requires no maintenance or demonstration. Homer's deepest fear, the one you can read in almost every episode if you look for it, is that Marge will eventually realize she deserves better. That one day the scales will tip and she will look at him clearly and decide to stop. The dream never lets this happen. In the dream, Marge stays. It provides Bart, still his mischievous, infuriating, complicated 10-year-old son. Bart has not grown up into someone Homer might not recognize. Bart has not moved away or changed or become a stranger in the way that children inevitably do as they become adults. In the dream, Bart is always 10. He is always there to strangle. He is always the boy that Homer both adores and bewilders, and cannot quite reach, but can always find on the couch by the end of the episode. It provides Lisa, still brilliant, still 8, still playing her saxophone in her room, still the daughter that Homer does not fully understand but loves, with a depth that the show cannot always find words for. In the dream, Lisa has not gone away to a college that Homer could not afford, has not built a life in a world that has no room for him in it. In the dream, Lisa is 8, and Homer can still walk past her door and hear the saxophone. And it provides Maggie, small, silent, 1-year-old, still able to be held. Homer's coma is not a punishment. It is the only heaven a man like Homer Simpson would know how to ask for. His children frozen at the ages where he still recognizes them. His wife still choosing him every morning. His house on Evergreen Terrace always there, always lit from the inside, always smelling like whatever Marge is making for dinner. In the dream, nobody leaves. In the dream, it is always almost time for the family to sit down together. In the dream, there is always one more episode. Now consider the way the show has grown progressively stranger and more surreal with each passing season. This is something that even the show's most devoted fans acknowledge. The later seasons operate at a level of narrative disconnection from cause and consequence that the early seasons would not have allowed. Characters do impossible things. Plots contradict each other without explanation. The emotional stakes of individual episodes reset so completely between installments that watching several in a row can feel disorienting, like reading a book where the chapters were written by different authors who never compared notes. The coma theory offers an explanation for this progression that no other theory quite manages. As a coma extends, the brain does not maintain a stable dream state. It deteriorates. The signal degrades. The connections between memory fragments grow less reliable. The logic that governs the dream world becomes less coherent, less bound by the rules of cause and effect, more associative, more dreamlike in the pejorative sense of that word. Homer's brain, in 1993, early in the coma, was still largely intact. The dreams it generated were grounded. They had emotional coherence, even if they did not always have logical coherence. The Springfield of seasons 5, 6, and 7, even as it grows stranger than the Springfield of seasons 1 through 4, still feels like a place where things matter, where relationships have weight, where choices carry consequences that echo into future episodes. As the decades pass, the brain loses more ground. 5% here, another percentage point there. The dream grows thinner. The connections grow stranger. The distance between episodes grows in some imperceptible but accumulating way, larger. Springfield begins to feel less like a place and more like a collection of scenes that share a cast. The characters become less consistent, more like archetypes performing their designated functions, less like people inhabiting a continuous life. This is what a deteriorating brain dream looks like from the inside. This is Homer losing ground. There is a scene in a much later season, the details of which have been described extensively online, in which the show itself, in an episode titled Lisa the Boy Scout, apparently included a deliberately leaked, fake deleted scene. In this scene, Homer wakes up from a long coma. The implication is clear. Every outlandish episode was just a dream. The mystery is solved. Homer was in a coma the whole time. Then the show walked it back. The writers said it was a joke, a hoax, not a real deleted scene, not real at all. But notice the shape of that denial. They made the scene. They animated it. They showed it to the audience. They showed Homer waking up. And then they said that is not what happened. That is not real. But the scene exists. Somewhere in the catalog of things the show created, there is a version of Homer opening his eyes in a hospital room and returning finally to a world where time has passed and his children are grown. The writers made that scene and then put it in a box and labeled it fiction. They showed you the truth and told you it was a joke. In Springfield, those two things have always been very close together. Executive producer Al Jean addressed the coma theory directly in 2015. He said it was not true. He dismissed it as fan speculation and moved on. What he did not address was this. He did not explain why nobody ages. He did not explain the tonal shift. He did not explain the conversation with God 6 months before the coma. He did not explain the progressive unreality of the later seasons. He did not explain why Homer's deepest emotional needs, for family permanence, for unchanging love, for the frozen safety of the world as it was before everything went wrong, are precisely what the dream provides. He said it was not true. The interviewer moved on. The fans did not move on. Because the theory does not depend on official confirmation. It is not the kind of theory that requires the writers to acknowledge it to be true. It is the kind of theory that is true in the way that all the best theories about long-running fiction are true, not as a factual description of the creator's intention, but as an accurate description of what the work actually does, what it actually produces in the mind of a person who watches it carefully over time. The Simpsons, watched across 36 years, creates an experience of suspended time, of love frozen in amber, of a world that cannot move forward because moving forward would require things to be lost. And whether that suspension is explained by radiation or by collective denial or by the technical requirements of a floating timeline, the emotional truth of it is the same. Something in Springfield refuses to let go. Something in Homer's dream refuses to let the dream end. And every Sunday evening for 36 years, we have sat down with it. We have let it in. We have spent an hour in the suspended world of Evergreen Terrace, where the children are always young and the family is always intact, and Homer always, always finds his way home. If that is a dream, it is a very good one. Breathe slowly. Let the image settle. Homer in his hospital bed, peaceful, surrounded by machines that hum softly in the dark. Outside the window of his room, Springfield goes about its impossible business. The sky is that particular shade of blue. The cooling towers breathe their slow breath. The river catches the light. The dream continues. The dream is always continuing. Somewhere in Springfield, a man who loves his family is lying very still, keeping them all safe inside his mind. Section 4. Who really shot Mr. Burns? The summer of 1995 belongs to Springfield. There is no other way to say it. The summer of 1995 in American television history, in American popular culture more broadly, is the summer of the Springfield mystery. The summer of the question that the entire country tried to answer and almost entirely failed. The summer that a Cartoon Network pulled off something no one had done before and has not quite done since. The summer that someone shot Mr. Burns. It is worth slowing down here. Worth taking the time to appreciate what The Simpsons did with the 2-episode arc that closes Season 6 and opens Season 7, because appreciating the scale of it is necessary for understanding why the questions it raises have never fully gone away. The premise of the first part, the final episode of Season 6, is not complicated in its setup, but is extraordinary in its execution. Mr. Burns, in the grip of one of his periodic spells of grandiose malevolence, has gone systematically too far. He has stolen an oil well from beneath the grounds of Springfield Elementary School, destroying the school's funding and depriving hundreds of children of resources they did not have enough of to begin with. He has forced Moe's Tavern into bankruptcy. He has created a sinkhole that swallowed the Springfield retirement castle. He has injured Santa's little helper, the Simpson family dog, in the course of his excavation work. And then, for his final act, he built a device. A massive mechanical disc, installed at a strategic height above the town, designed to block the sun. Not to redirect it, not to filter it, to block it entirely, to take the light away from every corner of Springfield so that every resident, suddenly and permanently dependent on artificial light, would be forced to purchase their electricity from Burns's power plant. Burns did not just want to make money from Springfield. He wanted to own the sky above it. When Smithers, his loyal assistant, protested, Burns fired him. By the end of that first episode, every single person in Springfield had a reason to want Burns dead. The show spent time establishing this with the care of a genuine mystery writer. Homer, humiliated for years by an employer who could never remember his name despite Homer working for him through every catastrophe the plant produced. Bart and Lisa, whose school had been gutted to end. Grandpa Simpson, whose retirement home was gone. Groundskeeper Willie, unemployed. Tito Puente, the jazz musician whose program had been cut. Moe, whose bar was destroyed. Smithers, freshly fired and collapsing into alcoholism with the speed of a man who has been holding himself together through devotion to someone who just revealed he did not deserve it. The entire town gathered in a public meeting to confront Burns. Multiple characters were visibly armed. The tension was real in the way that comedy can occasionally produce something genuinely felt beneath the jokes. Then Burns collapsed. Gunshot wound? He staggered to the town sundial and fell, his hands landing on 2 letters. W and S. Or if you looked from Burns's perspective, from the perspective of a man lying on his back looking up at the stone letters above him, M and S. The screen went black. America waited a whole summer. When the answer came in September 1995, it came through a comedic procedural investigation that eliminated suspects one by one with escalating absurdity. Smithers confessed, but was eliminated because his confession was for the wrong crime at the wrong location. He had shot old Jasper in the wooden leg at a bar across town while blackout drunk, in an incident that had nothing to do with Burns. Principal Skinner had an alibi. Moe had an alibi. Tito Puente had, as the show presented it with full musical production value, the greatest alibi in the history of television, a samba. He had channeled his rage into music. He was playing the samba when Burns was shot. He could not have been in two places at once, and one of those places was definitively a jazz club. The investigation stalled until a key piece of evidence emerged. An eyelash found on Burns's suit. DNA analysis. The eyelash belonged to a member of the Simpson family. Homer's fingerprints were on the gun. His motive was the clearest in the room. He was arrested. And then Burns woke up, and Burns identified his shooter. It was Maggie Simpson, 1 year old, the baby. According to Burns, he had encountered Maggie in the parking lot after the town meeting. He had attempted to take her lollipop. In the struggle, his gun had fallen from his holster. Maggie had picked it up. The gun had gone off. Burns had been shot by an infant in a dispute over candy. The case was closed. Chief Wiggum, in a line that the show presents as comedy, but that resonates differently under closer inspection, noted that no jury in the world would convict a baby. Except, he added, maybe Texas. The case was closed. Maggie did it. Move on. Except the contest. Fox, before the resolution aired, had invited viewers across America to submit their guesses. The prize was significant. The winner would be animated into a future episode of the show. Thousands of entries were received. The producers reviewed a randomly selected sample of those entries. And according to the DVD commentary, recorded years later by the people who actually made the episodes, not a single person in the randomly selected sample had guessed the correct answer. Nobody won. One person, somewhere posting to a Simpsons news group on the night the first episode aired, had apparently gotten it right. But this person was using a college internet account, and by the time the producers tried to find them, the account was gone. They issued an open invitation on the DVD release. Come forward, claim your prize. As far as anyone has ever been able to determine, that person never did. Think about what that means. A nationally promoted mystery, presented as solvable from the clues in the first episode. A formal contest, thousands of entries, and essentially nobody, looking at all the evidence laid out in Part 1, arrived at the answer the show eventually provided. Either the clues pointed convincingly away from Maggie, or the answer was not actually derivable from the evidence, or both. The show's creators have said that the clues were sufficient and that the Maggie answer was always the correct one, but they also built alternate endings. Not one, at least two. A fully animated, fully voiced version of the resolution in which Smithers is the shooter. This ending was not a rough cut or a storyboard. It was finished. It was shown later in a clip show hosted by Troy McClure, who dismisses it by pointing out that it would require ignoring all the Simpson DNA evidence, which would be, he says, downright nutty. That line is not a throwaway. The Simpsons, in 1995, was very much aware of the O.J. Simpson trial. The parallel was noted at the time and has been noted extensively since. The Troy McClure dismissal of the Smithers ending, on the grounds that it requires ignoring DNA evidence, is a direct reference to a real-world jury that had just done exactly that. The show is winking. It is telling you that verdicts are not always about evidence. It is telling you that the official answer to a mystery and the true answer to a mystery are not always the same thing. It is saying this in the show's own voice, through one of its own recurring characters, in an episode dedicated to the resolution of its greatest mystery. The show is aware of the gap between what it told you and what might be true, so let us look at what is actually there. Burns's last words before being shot were, according to witnesses, "Oh, it's you." Not a cry of alarm, not the sound of a man confronted with a threat he did not expect. A recognition, a greeting of sorts, the kind of thing you say when someone you know appears before you, not someone you fear, not a stranger, someone familiar, someone you recognize. Does Mr. Burns recognize Maggie Simpson? Has he ever met her? Has he ever had a meaningful interaction with her that would cause him to look at a baby and say, with that particular tone of weary recognition, "Oh, it's you?" The show does not establish this. Burns can barely remember Homer's name, and Homer has worked for him for years. The idea that Burns would recognize a baby he has no established relationship with and greet her appearance with casual familiarity requires us to accept a significant gap in the show's own logic. Unless Burns recognized someone else, unless "Oh, it's you" was directed not at Maggie but at whoever else was there, unless the scene in the parking lot involved more people than the official version accounts for. Then there is Homer's confession. In a much later season, season 18, Homer claims, in a scene that is played casually and never followed up on, that he was the one who shot Burns. He says it out loud. On camera, to other characters, and nobody reacts, nobody investigates, nobody reopens the case. Homer confesses to the attempted murder of the wealthiest man in Springfield, and the show treats it with the narrative weight of a man mentioning that he once forgot to return a library book. Either Homer is lying, which is entirely consistent with Homer's character and requires no further explanation, or Homer is telling the truth, and the original verdict was wrong, and the confession is just the show's way of acknowledging what it has always known, that the Maggie answer was convenient rather than correct, and that somewhere underneath the convenience is a different story. There is also the Reddit theory about Marge. It is, in its own way, the most emotionally coherent alternate reading of the mystery. The case for Marge as the shooter is built on motive and character rather than physical evidence, which is appropriate because Marge Simpson's power has always resided in the interior, in the things she does not say and the ways she absorbs damage without breaking. Burns had destroyed her children's school. He had injured her family's dog. He had cut the sun from her town. He had, in earlier episodes, developed an infatuation with Marge herself. An uncomfortable storyline that the show addressed in an episode where Burns pursues Marge with the determined obliviousness of a man who is accustomed to having everything he wants. Which means Burns knew Marge. Burns had feelings about Marge, complicated, inappropriate, proprietary feelings that the show characterizes as a kind of obsessive admiration. The kind of feelings that might, in a man of Burns's age and nature, survive the transformation from desire to something more protective. If Marge shot Burns, and if Burns recognized her, and if Burns said, "Oh, it's you," with the particular quiet of a man who is not entirely surprised to find that the woman he has fixated on has found her limit, that would explain the aftermath. Burns would not identify her. He would not point at Marge Simpson and say she was the one. He would lie, he would look around the hospital room and find the most useful lie available. And the most useful lie available, the one that closes the case cleanly and removes any possibility of a real investigation or a real conviction, is a baby. Nobody is going to prosecute a baby. Nobody is going to look too hard at a case where the guilty party cannot be held legally accountable. The verdict serves Burns's purposes. It closes the investigation. It protects the person he chose to protect. And Marge goes home to her family, and Homer goes back to work, and Springfield wakes up the next morning with the case resolved in the most convenient way possible. The final shot of the resolution episode is Maggie, alone in the room after everyone else is gone. She looks around. She checks carefully to make sure nobody is watching. And then she moves her pacifier in a motion that mimics pulling a trigger. The show presents this as confirmation, as Maggie silently acknowledging what she did. But watch the motion again. Watch the care with which she checks the room first. Watch the quality of the gesture, which is not triumphant, not guilty, not the behavior of someone processing their own actions. It looks like the behavior of someone remembering something, replaying it, mimicking something they witnessed rather than something they did. Babies do this. They watch the adults around them and they replay what they see. It is how they learn. It is how they begin to make sense of the world. A 1-year-old who had watched someone shoot a man might, alone in a quiet room, replay the gesture exactly this way. Maggie was there, in the parking lot. She saw what happened, and she is replaying it in a room she has confirmed is empty, because she is 1 year old and she is already keeping secrets. We will return to Maggie at length later tonight. There is a great deal more to say about the baby who watches everything. But for now, the mystery. Who shot Mr. Burns? The official answer is Maggie. The contest, nobody won. The clues that Burns himself said were meaningless. The alternate endings, the DNA that pointed to a Simpson, but not specifically to the smallest one. The "oh, it's you" that required a recognition. Burns has no established basis for. Homer's unexamined confession. The Marge theory. All of it points not to a clear alternative, but to something more uncomfortable. The genuine possibility that the greatest mystery in the history of American animation was never actually solved. it was closed. And in Springfield, those two things have always been very different. The case file sits in a box somewhere in Springfield Police Headquarters. Chief Wiggum does not look at it. Nobody asked to look at it. The mystery is officially resolved, which means there is no mystery, which means there is no case, which means no one is ever going to open that box and ask the questions that the box contains. In Springfield, when a case is closed, it stays closed. That is the rule. That is the only rule the Springfield Police Department has ever consistently enforced. Section 5. The Man Who Cannot Die. Let us talk about a century. Not the concept of a century in the abstract, not the sweep of historical time that the word usually invokes, but the specific, concrete, biological reality of what it means for a human body to have been alive and functioning for 100 years. The human body was not designed for this. The cells that make up every organ and system in the body have a built-in limit to the number of times they can divide. The telomeres that protect chromosomes shorten with each division, and when they are gone, the cell cannot divide again. And when enough cells cannot divide, the systems those cells comprise begin to fail. The heart weakens. The lungs stiffen. The kidneys falter. The brain, most fragile of all, loses the connections it has spent a lifetime building. This is not a malfunction, it is the design. The body was built to run for a certain number of years and then to stop elegantly and with something like intention, returning its materials to the larger cycle. Mr. Burns has not stopped. By the most conservative reading of his timeline, Burns was born in the late 1800s. He has referenced memories of events from before the turn of the 20th century, not as history lessons, but as personal recollections. He attended Yale. He served in World War II in a capacity the show describes as morally complex in ways we will return to. He knew Howard Hughes. He has spoken about the Gilded Age the way a person speaks about their youth, with the particular nostalgia and ease of someone who was there. He stole $1 trillion bill from the United States government during the war and hid it for decades. He is, at minimum, a century old. He may be pushing 140, and he runs a multi-billion-dollar corporation. He manipulates municipal politics. He manages complex schemes that require sustained cognitive effort, long-term planning, and a working knowledge of modern technology, modern finance, and modern law. His body is extremely frail. His physical strength is essentially non-existent, but his mind is sharp in the particular way of someone who has had a very long time to practice being intelligent. This is a medical impossibility, not a mild anomaly, a full and comprehensive impossibility, and the show addresses it partially in the episode called The Springfield Files, which we have already visited in the context of the radiation theory. Burns undergoes a weekly medical treatment so extreme that it causes his entire body to emit what the episode describes as a healthy green glow. The treatment keeps him alive for exactly 1 more week. Then he needs another dose. The margin for error is 0. Miss the treatment by even a short window and Burns dies. He is kept alive not by health, but by maintenance, by a precisely calibrated schedule of medical interventions that prevents his deteriorating biological systems from collapsing entirely. The show presents this as a throwaway explanation for why Homer saw a glowing figure in the forest. But the implications, if you sit with them, are staggering. Burns is not surviving through any natural biological process. He is being kept alive artificially through a recurring medical intervention that has to be administered on a weekly schedule with perfect consistency. His life is maintained the way you maintain a machine. Not through healing, but through scheduled servicing. Not through recovery, but through replacement of what is lost. And the treatments involve radiation. This is the circle closing back on itself. The man who owns a nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive material into the water supply of his town for decades, is personally dependent on controlled radiation exposure to sustain his own biological functions. Burns is not simply profiting from radiation. Burns is powered by it. His body has been so fundamentally altered by his proximity to nuclear material over more than a century that it can no longer sustain itself through normal cellular processes. It requires external radiation input the way a normal human requires food and water. Take it away and the system shuts down within a week. This connection between the plant's radiation and Burns's survival is not subtle once you see it. It is everywhere. Burns understands radiation better than anyone in Springfield because he is personally familiar with its effects on a biological system. He has been managing those effects in his own body for decades. He has the infrastructure to do so because he owns the infrastructure that produces the radiation in the first place. The plant is not just his business, it is his pharmacy. The contamination he spreads across Springfield is the same contamination he harnesses in concentrated and controlled form to keep himself alive each week. The town's poison is the owner's medicine. And then there is the Three Stooges syndrome. This is the name a Springfield doctor gives to Burns's diagnostic result in one of the show's most quoted scenes. Burns undergoes a medical examination, and the results reveal that he has every disease known to medical science. Every single one, simultaneously. The doctor explains that they exist in a state of perfect equilibrium, each one canceling out the others. They are all trying to kill him at the same time, and because they are all present at once, they create a biological gridlock that prevents any single illness from progressing. Like three people trying to fit through a doorway at once. None of them can get through. This is played as a comedy moment. It is, in isolation, very funny. But under the radiation theory, it becomes something else. Burns's diseases are not in equilibrium because of some natural biological property. The weekly radiation treatments are maintaining the equilibrium. They are doing to his disease state what a control rod does to a nuclear reactor, keeping the chain reaction stable, preventing any single element from dominating, holding everything in a carefully managed stasis. Without the treatments, the equilibrium collapses. Everything rushes forward at once. The diseases that have been held in check for decades surge forward simultaneously, and Burns dies not of one thing, but of all things at the same time, which would be, in its own terrible way, the most characteristic death imaginable for a man who spent his life trying to have everything. Now consider Smithers. Wayland Smithers has been Burns's assistant, confidant, and devoted companion for the entirety of the show's run. The depth of his devotion to Burns is a running theme. He is, by every observable measure, more committed to Burns's well-being than to his own. He monitors Burns's health with what the show describes as obsessive vigilance. He manages Burns's schedule with a precision that borders on compulsion. He ensures that Burns is never late for his appointments, never misses a treatment, never fails to maintain the routine that keeps him functioning. This has been read for decades, primarily as a love story. Smithers is in love with Burns. The show acknowledges this with varying degrees of directness across its run. The loyalty is romantic in its intensity. The devotion is personal. Smithers would do anything for Burns, not because he is afraid of him, not because the job pays well, but because somewhere in the complicated machinery of his emotions, Burns occupies a space that nothing else has ever filled. All of this is true, and there is another layer beneath it. Smithers knows how Burns stays alive, not just in the general sense that everyone who works closely with Burns knows that he requires regular medical attention. Smithers knows the specifics, the treatments, the schedule, the exact window of tolerance, the way Burns deteriorates in the days before a treatment and recovers after one. The signs that the equilibrium is holding and the signs that it is beginning to shift. Smithers has been watching this process for decades. He understands it intuitively, which means Smithers understands something that almost no one else in Springfield does. Burns is genuinely fragile. Behind the power and the money and the centuries of accumulated influence, there is a body that would not survive a week without the specific intervention that Smithers ensures happens on time. Every time. Smithers is not just a devoted assistant. He is the person standing between Burns and death. His absence is not an inconvenience. It is a death sentence, and he knows it. The devotion that reads as love has a foundation of something more practical, more sobering. Smithers stays not only because he wants to, but because he understands the consequence of leaving. He is keeping Burns alive through logistical competence, and the knowledge of that fact is the bedrock of their entire relationship. Burns's history adds another dimension to the immortality question. The show has established that the Burns dynasty extends back centuries, that the family fortune predates the Industrial Revolution, that the family has been in continuous control of its accumulated wealth across generations that would, under normal conditions of human mortality, require succession. But what if it did not always require succession? What if there are members of the Burns family line whose lifespan significantly exceeded what normal biology would allow? The show does not address this directly, but it raises the question, obliquely, in the casual way that Springfield raises all its most disturbing questions, by depicting something impossible and then treating it as not worth discussing. If Burns has been alive for over a century through artificial means, and if the family that produced him has been in continuous power for several centuries, there are two possibilities. Either the Burns dynasty has been remarkably lucky in the quality and longevity of its heirs, or the concept of extended lifespan through extraordinary means is not new to this family. Either they have always found ways to extend the grip of the current generation beyond its natural limit, using whatever technology or method was available in their era. Before nuclear radiation, before modern medicine, before the pharmaceutical infrastructure that currently sustains Burns. What did the Burns family use? The show does not say. The show almost never says. But it keeps showing you a man who should have died a century ago, going about his business in a town that he has polluted into a kind of toxic garden, surrounded by mutations of his own making, kept alive by the very force that damages everything around him. Burns is not immortal in the sense of being unkillable. He has been shot, he has been hospitalized dozens of times, he has been beaten, poisoned, abandoned, attacked, and subjected to the physical indignities that his extreme age visits upon a body that has been fighting to survive for far too long. Every time he comes back, not through the cartoon resilience that Homer demonstrates, not through the show's general policy of letting its main characters survive whatever the plot requires. Burns comes back through infrastructure, through the money that ensures there is always a doctor available, through the treatments that reset the equilibrium, through the system he has spent a century building, specifically and deliberately to ensure his survival regardless of what happens to his physical form. Homer's immortality, the coma theory would say, is the product of a dream. Burns's immortality is the product of engineering. Every dollar Burns has ever spent, every politician he has ever purchased, every regulation he has ever suppressed, every safety violation he has allowed to continue because fixing it would invite inspection that would invite questions. All of it serves the same purpose. Not just profit, not just power, survival. Keep the treatments available. Keep the schedule maintained. Keep the reactor running. Because if Burns dies, the empire he has built collapses. And if the empire collapses, Springfield no longer has the economic ecosystem that sustains it, which means Springfield dies too, which means everyone in it faces a future that the show has always implied would be considerably worse than the present, as bad as the present demonstrably is. Springfield needs Burns alive. Burns needs Springfield contained. And the loop turns and turns, sustaining both, at the cost of everything the town might otherwise have been. The most unsettling aspect of the Burns immortality theory is not the supernatural edge of it. It is the mundane one. Burns does not defy death through magic. He defies it through money. He is not unkillable. He is simply too expensive to let die. Every system he has built, every institution he has corrupted, every person he has bound to him through employment or debt, or the particular gravity of extreme wealth, all of it ensures that there will always be someone available to administer the next treatment, to check the schedule, to make the phone call, to drive through the night to the facility on the hill where the man who glows in the dark is waiting for the intervention that buys him one more week. Mr. Burns will live forever because forever is what he paid for. And Springfield will keep paying the bill because in Springfield, the lights stay on. And the man who controls the lights is the man who decided a very long time ago that he would not be the one to turn them off. Section 6. The Town That Chose to Forget. September 28, 1997. Season 9, Episode 2. The Principal and the Pauper. This is widely regarded as the worst episode of The Simpsons, or at minimum the most divisive. It is the episode that fans point to when they want to identify the moment the show went wrong, the moment the writers betrayed their own continuity, The moment The Simpsons stopped being the show that everyone agreed it was and became something harder to defend. Harry Shearer, who voices Principal Skinner among a dozen other characters, publicly expressed his displeasure with the storyline. Critics lined up to condemn it. Message boards and later internet forums treated it as a kind of original sin, the thing that broke the continuity, the thing that should not have happened. Here is what happened. Springfield Elementary holds a ceremony honoring Principal Seymour Skinner's 20 years of service to the school. During the celebration, a stranger walks in, a man nobody recognizes. He introduces himself as Sergeant Seymour Skinner, the real Seymour Skinner, a decorated Vietnam War veteran who was captured as a prisoner of war in Southeast Asia, was presumed dead, survived, escaped, and came home to find that someone else had been living his identity for 2 decades. The man Springfield has known as Seymour Skinner, the principal who has disciplined their children and run their school and served in their community for 20 years, is an impersonator. His real name is Armin Tamzarian. Before Vietnam, he was a street punk from an unnamed city, a petty criminal with no prospects and no particular future. He was drafted. He served in the same unit as the real Skinner. When the real Skinner was captured and presumed killed, Tamzarian felt a guilt so crushing that he traveled to Springfield to deliver the news of the death to Skinner's mother, Agnes. Agnes assumed he was her son. She needed him to be her son. And Tamzarian, who had never in his life been needed by anyone, who had never had a home or an identity worth claiming, allowed her to go on needing him. He became Seymour Skinner. He took the name, the rank, the story, the mother, and the life. He lived inside the stolen identity for 20 years without detection, until the real Skinner walked through the door. Now, this revelation is dramatic, but what Springfield does with it is something else entirely. The town holds a meeting. Both men are present. The truth is fully exposed. Everyone in Springfield knows beyond any possible doubt that the man who has been their principal for 2 decades is not who he said he was. They know his real name. They know his real history. They know that the military service, the Vietnam stories, the relationship with Agnes, all of it was performed. None of it was his. And then the town votes, not on whether to prosecute Tamzarian, not on whether to welcome back the real Skinner and restore his identity, on whether to acknowledge the truth at all. The verdict is unanimous. They choose the lie. Judge Snyder issues a legal decree. The impersonator is the real Principal Skinner. The actual Seymour Skinner, the real war veteran who survived captivity and came home to find his life stolen, is tied to a railroad car and physically expelled from Springfield. And the judge makes it explicitly illegal, under penalty of torture, to ever mention the truth again. The real Seymour Skinner leaves Springfield on a train car, tied to it, heading away from his own life while the town watches and then turns back to its business. The fans hated this because it destroyed Skinner's character. Everything they knew about him, the mother relationship, the Vietnam stories, the dynamic with Bart, was revealed to be built on a lie. The continuity of the show was broken. But here's the argument that almost nobody makes. The episode is completely honest about what Springfield is. Every other time Springfield forgets something catastrophic, every other time the show resets after a world-altering event, it happens off-screen, between episodes. In the space that the floating timeline creates, where one installment ends and another begins, and the slate is clean again. The dome that the government put over the town. Ta-da, the environmental catastrophe that required the dome. Forgotten. The comet. The flood. The alien invasion. The blocking of the sun. Each one erased in the gap between episodes, without ceremony, without explanation, without anyone in the show commenting on it. The principal and the pauper is the one time the show let you watch it happen in real time. It showed you the mechanism, the vote, the legal decree, the literal expulsion of truth from the community, the binding of the inconvenient reality to a train car and sending it away so that the version of events the town prefers can continue undisturbed. This is not, as the critics argued, a betrayal of the show's values. It is the show's values made explicit. Springfield has always operated this way. Every reset, every forgotten catastrophe, Every morning after where the town wakes up and the previous disaster is gone has been the product of this same mechanism. The collective decision to maintain the agreed-upon reality over the actual one. The unspoken social contract that says we do not acknowledge what happened. We treat the lie as truth. We treat the truth as criminal. And anyone who insists on the truth gets tied to a train. Why does Springfield need to operate this way? The answer connects directly to everything else in this story. If the residents of Springfield were capable of sustained critical memory, if they could hold the events of previous episodes in their minds and connect them to each other and to the larger pattern they form, they would be forced to confront things that would make Springfield ungovernable. They would have to confront the power plant. They would have to confront the contamination. They would have to confront Burns. They would have to confront the fact that their principal is a fraud, and their police chief is an embarrassment, and their water supply is radioactive, and their fish have 3 eyes, and their children have been yellow since birth. The collective amnesia is not a character flaw. It is a survival mechanism. If they remembered the dome, they would have to acknowledge the pollution. If they acknowledged the pollution, they would have to confront the plant. If they confronted the plant, they would have to challenge Burns. If they challenged Burns, the economy would collapse, the power would go out, the town would die. So they forget. They vote to forget. They make it illegal to remember. And anyone who remembers too much is tied to a train and sent away from the community before the memory spreads. The real Seymour Skinner is Springfield's canary in the coal mine. He arrived with proof that the official narrative was a lie. And the town's response was not gratitude. It was criminalization of the proof and exile of the messenger. That is how Springfield maintains its impossible reality. Not through radiation-induced cognitive damage, though that may also be true. Not through the dream logic of a coma, though that may also be true. Through consensus. Through the deliberate, collective, legally enforced decision to treat the convenient fiction as real and the inconvenient truth as criminal. This is not, as the show's harshest critics have argued, a failure of imagination on the writer's part. It is one of the most precise and uncomfortable things the show has ever said about the communities it is depicting. Because small towns do operate this way. Communities built around a single economic institution do operate this way. The history of American industrial towns is full of Springfields, places where the company provided the jobs and the power and the identity of the community, and where the people who depended on that company developed, over time, a remarkable capacity to not see what the company was doing to them, to not see the contaminated water, to not see the health effects in their neighbors, to not see the accumulating evidence that the thing at the center of their economic life was slowly destroying the life it was at the center of, to not ask the questions, to vote for the convenient version, to tie the inconvenient truths to trains and watch them leave. Springfield is not a unique failure of a fictional community. Springfield is a mirror, and the principal and the pauper, for all its narrative problems, for all the legitimate continuity issues it creates, is the one episode that holds the mirror still long enough for you to see yourself in it. The machinery of collective denial is visible in this episode in a way it is visible nowhere else in the show's run. Usually you only see the results. The morning after the disaster, when everything is clean and no one mentions what happened. Here you see the process, the meeting, the vote, the decree, the train. Armin Tamzarian is still living in Springfield. He is still calling himself Seymour Skinner. Agnes Skinner is still calling him her son. The real Seymour Skinner is somewhere out there on a train that left Springfield in 1997 and has been traveling ever since, away from his own life, exiled by the community that stole it. That is the machine. That is the thing that keeps Springfield running. Not the nuclear plant exactly, though the plant is part of it. Not Burns exactly, though Burns is part of it. The machine is the town's capacity for collective forgetting. The institutional ability to decide that what happened did not happen. That the truth is a threat. That the last honest man in the room is the most dangerous person present. The last honest man gets tied to a train. In Springfield, the trains always run on time. Section 7. The baby who watches everything. Maggie Simpson has never said a word. That is not quite true. She said daddy once in a moment voiced by Elizabeth Taylor, in a brief and singular cameo that happened early in the show's run and was never repeated. It happened once, and then Maggie went quiet again, and she has been quiet for the 36 years since. She is 1 year old. She has been 1 year old for the entirety of the show's existence. She communicates through pacifier sounds and facial expressions and the occasional, deliberately pointed stare. She rides in a cart at the grocery store and sits in a high chair at the dinner table and is carried from room to room by family members who do not, by and large, think of her as someone who needs to be considered too carefully. She is the background character of the Simpson family, present but not central, accounted for but not attended to, loved without being particularly noticed. This is, the theory argues, exactly how she designed it. Let us begin with the shooting, because the shooting is where the theory finds its first solid ground. We have already explored the question of who actually pulled the trigger in the Mr. Burns mystery. We have laid out the evidence and the counter-evidence and the alternate theories. But whatever happened in that parking lot, whatever the true sequence of events, one thing is established without ambiguity. A 1-year-old baby was identified as the person who shot a billionaire. The investigation ran. The evidence was examined. The conclusion was reached. And the official verdict was, yes, this infant committed an act of violence against a powerful adult, and there is nothing that can be done about it. Chief Wiggum closed the case. No jury would convict a baby. And Maggie, alone in the room, with everyone gone, checked to make sure she was not being observed, and then mimed pulling a trigger. That sequence is worth sitting with. A 1-year-old who checks the room before performing a gesture that could be interpreted as incriminating, who waits for everyone to leave, who scans the environment to confirm she is unobserved, who then and only then, in the privacy of an empty space, makes the motion. These are not the behaviors of a baby in any developmental sense. Checking your environment for observers before doing something you want, kept private, requires situational awareness. It requires theory of mind, the understanding that other people have perspectives, and that those perspectives can be managed. It requires an awareness of consequences, specifically the consequence that someone might see you do something and interpret it as evidence of something. It requires the impulse control to wait for the right moment, rather than performing the gesture when it occurs to you. These are traits associated with children considerably older than 1 year. In a normal developmental context, they would not appear in any meaningful form until several years later. In Maggie Simpson, they appear at age 1 with what can only be described as strategic sophistication. The Long Daycare is a short film released in 2012, screened before a feature film in actual cinemas. It was nominated for an Academy Award for Best Animated Short Film. It runs for 7 minutes. And in those 7 minutes, it establishes Maggie Simpson's cognitive capabilities more clearly than any episode of the series proper. The premise is simple. Maggie is dropped off at the Ayn Rand School for Tots, a daycare facility run with authoritarian efficiency by a caretaker named Miss Sinclair. Inside the facility, Maggie discovers a caterpillar in a cocoon. She wants to protect it until it becomes a butterfly. Another baby, Gerald, who is Maggie's regular adversary in the series, wants to destroy it. What follows is Maggie navigating the facility's physical and social environment to protect the creature. She does this without speaking, without walking reliably, with only the motor capabilities of a 1-year-old, which include a great deal of falling and crawling and managing distances that are physically challenging for a body that has only recently started to move around under its own power. But the decisions she makes, the strategy she employs, she reads the environment on arrival, she identifies the threat and the potential allies. She develops a plan that accounts for the facility's layout, the caretaker's behavioral patterns, and Gerald's likely responses to each of her moves. She executes that plan through a series of steps that require not just intelligence but adaptive problem-solving, the ability to respond to unexpected developments without panicking, to revise the plan in real time while maintaining the overall goal. She succeeds. The butterfly escapes. Maggie watches it go. The film was made with obvious care and affection, but it is also doing something specific. It is showing you in 7 deliberate minutes that the character who sits in the background of every Simpson family scene, who does not speak and does not walk well and is not considered a serious participant in the family's dynamics, is operating on a cognitive level that none of the other characters can match. The show has tested Maggie's intelligence directly, in brief scenes that play as gags and move on. The results are consistently extraordinary. Scores that exceed the instrument's ability to measure. Capabilities that the adults around her dismiss or fail to notice because they are too caught up in their own dramas to look carefully at the baby. She is always there, in the background, watching. And now look at Lisa. Lisa Simpson is brilliant, genuinely brilliant. Her IQ is consistently established as extraordinary. Her understanding of complex ideas, her ability to engage with material that challenges most adults, her capacity for genuine philosophical and artistic thought, all of it is real and established and not a joke. Lisa is the smartest person in the Simpson family by a significant margin. She is probably the smartest person in Springfield, or close to it. And what has that intelligence gotten her? Isolation. Mockery. The specific loneliness of someone whose mind runs at a frequency nobody around them can match. Lisa speaks up and gets ignored. Lisa challenges authority and gets punished. Lisa advocates for better things and gets dismissed, usually by the very people who should be listening most carefully. Lisa's intelligence is her defining characteristic and her defining burden, because she expresses it constantly, visibly, loudly. She announces herself as the smartest person in the room, and the room responds by teaching her, over and over, that being the smartest person does not matter here. Maggie has been watching this happen since the day she was born. She has been sitting in her high chair at the family dinner table, observing Lisa's battles and Lisa's defeats, watching her older sister fight daily for recognition and receive daily rejection. She has watched Springfield's relationship to intelligence, which is largely one of discomfort and dismissal. She has watched what happens to the people who make their capabilities visible in a town that does not reward capability. And she made a different choice. Or perhaps she made a discovery. The discovery is this. In Springfield, in the Simpson household, in a community that has been demonstrably damaged in its capacity for observation and memory, the safest and most effective way to operate is to be invisible. To be the thing that nobody looks at too carefully. To maintain the most effective camouflage available to you, which in Maggie's case is simply being exactly what everyone already expects a baby to be. Quiet, passive, dependent. Not quite a person yet. Someone to be carried rather than consulted. Maggie is none of those things. She is none of them. But she has been performing them for 36 years, and nobody has looked closely enough to see the performance for what it is. Because here is what happens every time Maggie does something remarkable. The family does not notice, or they notice briefly and then do not connect it to a pattern. Burns was shot, and the investigation focused everywhere except the baby, because who suspects a baby? The daycare rebellion succeeded because no one monitors infants closely enough to see organization happening. Every heroic act, every solved problem, every moment where Maggie intervenes decisively and invisibly, it happens in the margins, below the radar, in the spaces where nobody is watching carefully. Maggie has ensured that nobody watches carefully by maintaining the one disguise that requires no props and no planning. She pretends to be exactly what everyone already believes she is. And this is where the theory connects to the larger pattern of Springfield. The radiation theory says that the contamination from the plant affects different biological systems differently. Homer's mutation reduced his cognitive function to catastrophic levels. Maggie's mutation, the theory proposes, went the other direction. Same environment, same contaminated water and air, same source. But where the father's brain was diminished, the youngest daughter's was amplified. If radioactive mutation can produce a three-eyed fish, if it can produce the range of biological anomalies visible across Springfield's population, why could it not, in the particular circumstances of a specific individual, produce something extraordinary rather than merely unusual? Why could the same process that destroyed Homer's capacity for critical thought not have created, in the sibling born later, in different circumstances, with different genetics, a cognitive enhancement rather than a cognitive diminishment? Homer and Maggie as two poles of the same radioactive result. The floor and the ceiling of what the contamination is capable of doing to a human brain. The father who cannot think, the daughter who thinks everything. And if the coma theory is true, Maggie's genius takes on a dimension that is almost too tender to look at directly. Homer cannot see Maggie grow up. He cannot hear her develop language. He cannot watch her become whoever she was going to become. In his dream, she is 1 year old. She will always be 1 year old. She will always be small enough to hold. But the dreaming mind of a man who loves his children cannot give them nothing. It cannot make them empty. It makes them what he needs them to be. Homer's dream of Maggie makes her extraordinary, not despite her smallness, but through it. She cannot speak, but she understands everything. She cannot walk reliably, but she navigates every crisis. She is 1 year old, and she is the most capable member of the family. Because in Homer's dream, his youngest child is safe. And the way his dreaming mind ensures she is safe is to make her invincible, to give her an intelligence that cannot be threatened by the world she inhabits, to make her the one member of the family who is perfectly protected by her own extraordinary mind. Maggie's genius is Homer's prayer for his youngest child. Or it is a mutation, or it is strategy. Or it is all three at once, layered on top of each other in the way that the best theories in Springfield always layer, each one true in its own register, each one pointing to the same place from a different direction. Behind the pacifier, something is watching. Behind the enormous eyes that the show uses to convey blankness, something is taking everything in. Behind 36 years of deliberate silence, something is waiting. Maggie Simpson has not yet decided to speak. She has not yet decided to reveal what she knows or what she is capable of. She is 1 year old, and she has been 1 year old for longer than most of her audience has been alive. And in all that time, she has been the most underestimated person in a town that has never been very good at noticing things. When Maggie finally speaks, when she finally decides that the moment has come and the situation requires it, and the silence has served its purpose, Springfield will not be ready. Nobody will be. That is exactly how she planned it. Section 8. The mother who disappeared for 6 seasons, Homer's mother was dead. That was the established fact. That was what Abe Simpson told his son. That was the story Homer grew up with, the story that shaped him from childhood, the story that sits at the bottom of his personality, the way bedrock sits under soil. Homer's mother died when he was young. He grew up without her. He has a father who is present but emotionally distant, a man whose way of showing love requires decoding that Homer has never quite mastered, and a mother who was not there. The absence of her defined him. The grief of her, even a grief he could not fully articulate because she was gone before he was old enough to grieve properly, lives in everything Homer does. It lives in his desperate, clinging love for Marge. In the terror he carries of being left, of being abandoned, of being the kind of person whom the people he loves eventually decide to leave. It lives in his need for approval that is so consuming, it makes him simultaneously endearing and tragic. It lives in his willingness to endure treatment from his employer that no one with a healthy self-regard would accept. Because the threat of losing the only stable thing in his life, the job that puts food on the table and keeps the family together, is more frightening than the humiliation of being forgotten by the man who signs his paycheck. Homer's entire personality is a response to maternal loss. And in Season 7, the show revealed that the loss was a lie. The episode is called Mother Simpson. It aired on November 19th, 1995, and it is widely considered one of the greatest the show ever produced. Not because of its jokes, though it has good ones. Because of what it is actually about, which is a grown man discovering that the story he was told about his own life is not the story that actually happened, and finding out that the real story is simultaneously better and worse than the false one. Homer discovers, through an accident of civic bureaucracy, that his mother is alive. The grave Abe showed him was not hers. It was the grave of Walt Whitman, the poet. Abe had been walking his son past a famous dead writer's headstone and presenting it as his wife's for the entirety of Homer's life. Homer finds Mona at a cemetery. She is visiting what she believes is her son's grave because she has been told that Homer is dead. They do not recognize each other immediately. He has changed. He has grown into someone she last saw as a small boy. And when the recognition comes, it is one of the most genuinely moving scenes in the history of American animation. A mother and her adult son finding each other beside a headstone that belongs to neither of them, in a town where nothing is quite what it says it is. And then Mona tells him why. The story begins in 1969. Mona Simpson was a housewife, married to Abe, mother of young Homer, ordinary in every external measurement, living a quiet life while the world outside Springfield was burning through the last years of the civil rights movement, through the counterculture, through the protests against Vietnam. Something changed. The show depicts it with the particular combination of absurdity and genuine weight that it deploys for its most serious material. Mona was radicalized. She found herself drawn to activism. She joined a group of people who had decided that some things in the world were wrong enough to require direct action. Hippies, the show calls them, but the show also makes clear that their cause was legitimate. They targeted a biological weapons laboratory owned by Mr. Burns. Let that settle for a moment. Mr. Burns, the man who owns the nuclear power plant, the man whose facility has been leaking radioactive contamination into Springfield's water supply for decades, also owned a biological weapons laboratory in Springfield, the same Springfield where Homer grew up, where children played, where families lived their daily lives without any awareness that the richest man in town was developing weaponized pathogens in a facility somewhere in their community. Mona and her group broke in. They detonated what the show calls an antibiotic bomb. They destroyed the biological agent stored inside. In the chaos of the raid, they accidentally cured the asthma of the security guard, who was Clancy Wiggum, the man who would later become Springfield's chief of police. The raid was successful. The weapons were gone. But as the group fled, Mona made one mistake. Someone had been knocked down in the chaos. She stopped to help. She stopped to help a fallen person, because she was that kind of person, the kind who stops. The person she helped was Mr. Burns. And Burns looked at her face. He identified her. He reported her to the FBI. From that moment, Mona Simpson was a fugitive. She could not go home. She could not contact her family. She could not hold her son or explain to him that she was leaving, not because she wanted to, but because staying would put him in danger. She kissed Homer goodbye while he was sleeping and disappeared into the night and did not come back for 27 years. And Homer woke up and his mother was gone. And Abe showed him a dead poet's grave and told him she was dead. And Homer spent the next 3 decades of his life believing that he was a boy, whose mother had not loved him enough to stay. Not that she had been driven away, not that she had been forced underground by a man who would later become his employer, that she had simply left. That he was the kind of son a mother abandons. That belief shaped everything. Now here is where the theory adds its darkest dimension. Burns did not simply report Mona to the FBI and move on. He pursued her, actively, for decades. When Mona returns to Springfield in Season 7, when she and Homer have their reunion, Burns spots her through a cab window almost immediately. He recognizes a woman he last saw in 1969. He calls the authorities. The FBI comes to the Simpson house. Mona has to flee again. Homer has to say goodbye to his mother for the second time. And this time he knows why. This time he knows who forced her out. This time he knows that the man responsible for the destruction of his family, the man who drove his mother underground and let him grow up believing he was unloved, is the same man who has been signing his paychecks for his entire adult life. Homer works for Burns. Homer has worked for Burns through every catastrophe and humiliation the job has produced. Homer earns his living from the man who stole his mother. And Homer does not connect the dots. He does not quit. He does not confront Burns. He does not seem to fully process the connection between the billionaire who signs his checks and the billionaire who destroyed his family. The episode presents this not as comedy, but as something else. Something quieter and sadder. It presents it as the natural result of a mind that has been sufficiently damaged by the accumulation of its own circumstances to be unable to follow the line between cause and effect when the line runs through his own life. The crayon in the brain, the radiation, the decades of cognitive erosion. Homer is too damaged to understand the architecture of his own suffering. Not too stupid, too damaged. There is a difference, and the show is careful about it in this episode, even if it is not always careful about it elsewhere. Burns did not just ruin Mona's life, he engineered Homer's. Consider what would have happened if Mona had stayed, if Burns had not pursued her, if Homer had grown up with his mother present, his family intact, his foundational understanding of himself not built around the story of being the boy whose mother left. Homer would not have had that particular desperate need for approval. He would not have had that specific terror of abandonment. He would not have been, in the ways that matter most to Burns's purposes, psychologically pre-configured for the kind of submissive loyalty that the job of safety inspector at a dangerously understaffed nuclear facility requires. Burns needs Homer at the plant. We have established this. Burns needs a safety inspector who will not close the plant down, who will not report violations, who will not ask the questions that a competent, confident, emotionally stable adult would ask. Burns needs someone who is so grateful for the job, so terrified of losing it, so psychologically oriented toward compliance rather than resistance, that 342 safety violations can accumulate without consequence. Homer fits this profile precisely, and Homer fits it, the theory argues, because Burns made sure Homer would fit it. By driving Mona away when Homer was a child, by ensuring that Homer would grow up without the emotional security that a mother's presence provides, by creating, in the boy who would eventually come to work for him, exactly the psychological profile that the job requires. A man who will endure anything rather than risk losing his place. A man who will absorb humiliation without resistance. A man who will go to work every morning at the facility that is slowly destroying him and his town, because the alternative, losing the one thing that keeps his family housed and fed and together, is more frightening than the damage. The show confirms a version of this in a later season, when it is revealed that Burns and Abe Simpson once struck a deal. Burns had committed some unspecified crime. Abe discovered it. And the deal made in exchange for Abe's silence was this: Homer would always have a job at the plant, no matter how many mistakes he made, no matter how many times he should have been fired, no matter how catastrophic his specific failures became, and the show eventually counts 742 documented errors, Homer was never permanently let go because the deal protected him. Homer's job security, which the show treats as one of its most convenient running jokes, is actually a contractual obligation between his father and his mother's persecutor, brokered in silence, maintained in secret, and never explained to Homer because explaining it would require explaining everything else. 3 generations of Simpsons, broken and bent and held in their positions by a single man's grudge and a single night's activism in 1969. Mona, who fought for something right and lost everything. Bin Baig, who made a deal with the person who destroyed his family and buried the truth of it. Homer, who inherited the consequences of both and never had the cognitive resources to understand what he was inheriting. And Burns, who sat at the center of it, a century old and glowing faintly in the dark, collecting the interest on an investment he made in Springfield's future before most of his employees' grandparents were born. Mona Simpson died in a later season. The scene is quiet. Homer sits beside her. He holds her hand. She slips away. No joke, no reset, no cutaway gag. Just a man and the mother he barely knew, and 27 years of absence pressing down on both of them like something that cannot be lifted. The Simpsons is a comedy. It has always been a comedy. But underneath the jokes, underneath the gags, underneath 36 years of Homer falling down and getting back up, there is this. A family broken by one man's power and one town's inability to resist it. Mona fought and lost. Abe made a deal and buried the truth. Homer inherited the consequences and spent his life not quite understanding their weight. And Burns won. Burns wins. In Springfield, Burns always wins. Because in Springfield, the man with the money writes the rules, and the rules say Homer Simpson will work at the power plant until the end. And the rules say Mona Simpson's activism will never be answered. And the rules say the three-eyed fish swims in circles in the contaminated river, and nobody asks the question that the fish requires. Homer was broken before he ever clocked in. The family was broken before Homer was old enough to know what breaking meant. And somewhere in the middle of all of it, in a hospital room or on a couch in a yellow house on Evergreen Terrace, a man who never quite understood his own life keeps showing up, keeps trying, keeps strangling his son and loving his wife and going to work at the plant and coming home by the end of the episode. Because home is the one thing nobody has been able to take from him, even if it took everything else first. Section 9. The Prophecies. Let us talk about the most famous thing The Simpsons has ever done, and the most misunderstood. In the year 2000, in an episode called Bart to the Future, the show depicted a possible future in which Lisa Simpson becomes the first female president of the United States. The episode required establishing who Lisa's immediate predecessor in the office was. The writers needed a name. They needed someone whose presidency, in a satirical and vaguely absurdist vision of near-future America, would serve as a useful comedic contrast to the earnest and principled administration of President Lisa Simpson. They chose Donald Trump. The episode aired 16 years before the 2016 election. 16 years before a real estate developer and television personality who had been publicly flirting with the idea of running for president since the late 1980s actually ran and won. 16 years before the punchline became the headline. The internet, when it noticed this, collectively lost its capacity for measured response. Screenshots from the episode went viral across every platform. The Simpsons predicted Trump became not just a talking point, but a fixture of popular consciousness. People who had not watched the show in decades were suddenly sharing clips and asking the question that the internet loves above all other questions. How did they know? The list of apparent predictions extends far beyond Trump. In 1995, the show depicted a device on Homer's wrist that functions recognizably like a modern smartwatch, years before any such consumer product existed. In a 1994 episode, Homer goes to space alongside Buzz Aldrin, decades before commercial space tourism became a thing ordinary non-astronauts could purchase tickets for. In a 1998 episode, a background detail contains what several mathematicians have identified as an equation that approximates the mass of the Higgs boson particle, confirmed experimentally in 2012. In a 1993 episode, a flu virus originating from Asia spreads to Springfield, causing mass panic and a shortage of essential supplies, 27 years before COVID-19. There is the Cypress Hill and London Symphony Orchestra joke from a 1996 episode, where the two are mistakenly booked together for a performance. This actually happened in 2024, when Cypress Hill performed with the LSO at the Royal Albert Hall. 28 years between the joke and the reality. There is the 1998 episode depicting Disney acquiring 20th Century Fox, which actually happened in 2019. There are depictions of autocorrect failures, video calling, surveillance culture, and technologies that the show imagined before they existed, and that now exist in forms very close to what the show imagined. The list is long. The list is genuinely surprising. And the question it raises, asked earnestly and with real curiosity rather than conspiratorial energy, is interesting. How does this happen? What is the mechanism? The official answer, delivered by the people who actually make the show, is straightforward. Al Jean, who has been an executive producer since the early seasons, has addressed this directly. His answer is blunt and entirely credible. If you throw enough darts, some of them will hit the bullseye. That is it. That is the mechanism. The Simpsons has produced nearly 800 episodes over 36 years. Each episode contains dozens of jokes, references, observations, and satirical extrapolations about American culture, technology, politics, and society. When you generate that volume of content over that length of time, some of it is going to align with future events through sheer statistical probability. You do not need prophecy. You need volume and time. Producer Bill Oakley, who ran the show during several of its peak seasons, was even more direct. There are very few cases where The Simpsons predicted something. It is mainly coincidence because the episodes are so old that history repeats itself. Volume. Coincidence. The cyclical nature of events. Fact-checking organizations have systematically reviewed the most famous claims and found, consistently, that most of them have mundane explanations. Many of the supposed predictions were based on trends that were already clearly visible when the episodes were written. The writers did not predict Trump's presidency. They observed that Trump had been publicly discussing running for office since the late 1980s and wrote a joke about the logical extreme of celebrity politics in America. They did not predict the Disney-Fox merger. They observed that media consolidation was an accelerating trend and extrapolated to its obvious conclusion. They did not predict the smartwatch. They looked at how technology was moving and imagined what the next logical form factor would be. These are not prophecies. These are observations by well-read, highly educated people who pay careful attention to the present and know that some version of the present's trajectories will become the future's realities. The Simpsons writing room has historically employed people with advanced degrees from elite institutions, with backgrounds in mathematics, science, computer science, and political theory. These are not randomly guessing. They are reading the world carefully and then pushing it forward a few steps. But the mundane explanation, compelling as it is, does not fully account for the most specific and precise of the hits. The Trump prediction did not just forecast a celebrity president, it depicted Trump by name descending an escalator, which is visually very close to the actual announcement Trump made in 2015 when he came down the escalator at Trump Tower. The Siegfried and Roy joke did not just note that working with large predatory animals carries risks. It depicted a white tiger attacking one of the performers, which is almost exactly what happened in 2003 when Roy Horn was critically injured. These are not vague trend extrapolations. These are specific images that aligned with future events in ways that exceed what simple volume and probability quite explains. And this is where the theory becomes genuinely interesting. Not the conspiracy theory version, not the time travel version, but the cultural version. The Simpsons does not predict the future. The Simpsons shapes the future, not through prophecy, through cultural influence. The Simpsons is one of the most widely watched, most quoted, most deeply embedded pieces of American popular culture in the country's history. It has been running for longer than most of its current audience has been alive. Its jokes have become part of the shared American vocabulary. Its observations have become part of the way Americans understand their own culture. Its images are so deeply embedded in the collective consciousness that they function almost as reference points for understanding real events. When The Simpsons makes a joke about Trump becoming president, that joke enters the cultural bloodstream. Millions of people see it. It becomes a reference. It becomes something people recall when they see Trump on the news, something that makes the idea of a Trump presidency feel, on some level, familiar. Not shocking, but expected. Almost inevitable. The joke does not predict the outcome. The joke makes the outcome feel like it was always coming. There is a term for this in cognitive science: priming. When you are exposed to a concept, even in a fictional context, even as a joke, you become more cognitively ready to recognize that concept when you encounter it in reality. The Simpsons, through the sheer volume of its cultural reach, has primed its audience for a remarkable number of things that eventually came to pass. The show did not make Trump president, but it made millions of people feel, when Trump descended his escalator, that they had seen this before, that the joke had already been told, that America was just arriving at a punchline that The Simpsons had already delivered. And there is the confirmation bias layer, which the show's defenders are correct to emphasize. The Simpsons has also predicted many things that did not come true. Thousands of things. Jetpacks, moon colonies, technologies that were extrapolated from mid-1990s trends and never materialized, political outcomes that went the other way, cultural shifts that reversed. Nobody screenshots those. Nobody posts them. Nobody builds theories around the predictions that miss. Because confirmation bias only operates in one direction. We remember the hits. We forget the misses. We do not maintain careful records of every satirical extrapolation that turned out to be wrong. When you filter nearly 800 episodes worth of content through the internet's confirmation bias engine, selecting only the moments that aligned with reality and setting aside everything that did not, you end up with a highlight reel that looks, from the outside, like prophecy. The predictions are not supernatural. The predictions are the statistical result of intelligent people making a very large number of observations about American culture over a very long time, filtered through a mechanism that preserves only the accurate observations and discards the rest. But, and this is the but that keeps the discussion alive. Even knowing how the trick works, it is still impressive to watch. Even understanding the mechanism of volume and coincidence and confirmation bias, even fully accepting that there is no time travel and no mystical gift and no conspiracy, some of the specific hits are eerie enough that the show's own creators have admitted to pausing. Al Jean, asked about the Trump prediction, has said that it is the one that surprised even him when it came true. Not because he believed the show was prophetic, but because the alignment was specific enough to produce a genuine double take. Like looking at a drawing you made decades ago and finding that it looks too much like a place you have never visited. That is the final layer of the prediction phenomenon. Not that the show sees the future, but that the show has been watching the present so carefully, for so long, through such intelligent and attentive eyes, that the future it extrapolates from that present is recognizable when it arrives. The show has been a mirror held up to American culture for 36 years, and we have been staring into the mirror long enough that the reflection has started to resemble us. Springfield isn't a prediction of where America was heading. Springfield is a diagnosis of where America already was. The show just wrote it down first, and wrote it down often enough, in enough different registers and contexts and flavors of dark comedy, that when reality caught up to the diagnosis, it felt like recognition rather than surprise. 800 episodes, 36 years, thousands of darts. Enough bullseyes that even the people throwing them occasionally have to stop and wonder. That is the prediction phenomenon. That is the show that has been watching us. That is Springfield, doing in fiction what it has always done, showing us who we are and trusting that eventually, if it shows us long enough, we will start to recognize ourselves. Section 10. The Saddest Man in Springfield. His name is Ned Flanders. He lives on Evergreen Terrace next door to the Simpsons, in a house that is better maintained, better painted, and more consistently pleasant than the house beside it. He wakes up early. He exercises. He attends church every Sunday without fail. He runs a business, the Leftorium, that caters to left-handed customers in a world largely designed for right-handed ones, with a cheerful determination that should not be economically viable but somehow is. He has raised two polite, well-behaved sons. He has been a good neighbor to a family that has cost him enormously in patience, property, and personal safety. He has maintained through it all a relentless positivity that is either the most admirable thing in Springfield or the most heartbreaking, depending on how closely you look at it. On the surface, Ned Flanders is everything Homer Simpson is not. Kind, generous, disciplined, faithful. A good father and a good neighbor and a good man by any external measurement available. He is the character the show uses to represent the ideals of the community, the values that the community says it holds, tested against the actual conditions of life in Springfield. And the show destroys him, quietly, systematically, with the particular patience of a narrative that has been building toward a conclusion it may not even be fully conscious of. His wife, Maud, was killed at the Springfield Speedway when a t-shirt cannon misfired. The t-shirt cannon misfired because Homer was dodging the t-shirts being fired from it. Homer's reflexive self-preservation sent the projectiles into Maud instead. She fell from the bleachers. She died. Homer's selfishness killed Ned's wife. And Ned forgave him, because that is what Ned does. He forgives. He turns the other cheek. He absorbs the damage and responds with grace and with the particular patience of a man who believes that grace is its own reward. But the show gave us a window, once, into what lies beneath that grace. And what lies beneath it is something the show has never quite looked at directly again. The episode is about a hurricane that destroys Ned's house. The community rallies around him, they rebuild. They work together with the best of intentions and the worst of carpentry. And the result is a house that is structurally inadequate in ways that become apparent immediately. The rebuilt home collapses. And Ned breaks. Not metaphorically, he actually breaks. He has a complete psychological collapse. He screams at the people around him. He says things he has been holding inside for decades, directed at everyone who has ever taken his patience for granted, everyone who has ever assumed that his goodness was inexhaustible, everyone who has ever treated his grace as a resource to be drawn on without limit. And then he is institutionalized. He is committed to a mental health facility. And during his treatment, the show reveals something about Ned Flanders that recontextualizes everything about him. Ned was not always like this. As a child, he was wild, uncontrollable, aggressive. His parents, being committed beatniks who had philosophical objections to discipline, took him to a psychiatrist who spent years using behavioral conditioning to suppress the aggression, to rewire his responses, to build the gentleness on top of whatever was underneath. The sessions were intensive and, by any current ethical standard, deeply problematic. They involved, in the show's depiction, a level of behavioral modification that amounts to psychological reprogramming. The doctor was not treating Ned. He was rebuilding him, taking whatever was there before and covering it with something more socially acceptable. Ned's kindness is not a character trait. It is a cage. Built around him by a medical professional, installed over years of intensive conditioning, and maintained ever since through sheer force of the programming that sits in the spaces where his actual responses used to be. Think about what this means for every scene you have ever watched with Ned Flanders. His patience with Homer is not saintly. It is pathological. He cannot express anger because the conditioning prevents it. He has responses available to him that normal human beings have in these situations: frustration, resentment, the reasonable fury of a man whose wife was killed by his neighbor's selfishness, but he cannot access them. The pathways that would allow those responses were closed off before he was old enough to choose. His faith is not free. It is the coping mechanism of a man who needs an external framework to explain why suffering keeps coming to someone who keeps doing everything right. God has a plan. The plan involves suffering. The suffering is meaningful. Without this framework, without the belief that the losses are part of something, the losses are just losses. The pointless accumulation of a universe that does not notice how carefully Ned tries to deserve better. His forgiveness of Homer is not grace. It is the only response available to him. And here is the detail that the show has embedded in its own continuity and never quite confronted directly. God talks to Homer. The show has established this. Homer has spoken to God face to face. God has appeared to Homer in dreams and visions and direct conversation. God has told Homer things, answered Homer's questions, offered Homer the particular warmth of personal divine attention. Ned has never spoken to God. Ned, who goes to church every single week, who prays with conviction and consistency, who has organized his entire life around faith in a divine presence that the show has explicitly confirmed exists within its own universe, has never once received the personal attention that God routinely extends to Homer Simpson. The man who falls asleep in church, who skips services when convenient, who treats his faith as something between a superstition and a tax he sometimes forgets to pay. God talks to Homer. God ignores Ned. The drunk who stumbles through his spiritual obligations gets divine conversation. The devout man who has dedicated his life to something larger than himself gets silence. This is not random cruelty on the show's part. It is a thesis statement. The universe of Springfield does not reward goodness. It does not answer faithfulness. It does not protect the people who try hardest to deserve protection. It operates by different rules, the rules of power and luck, and the particular gravity of wealth, and within those rules, Ned Flanders is at a permanent disadvantage because the qualities he has built his life around are not the qualities that the system values. Homer has what the system values. Homer is employed by the man who runs the town. Homer's incompetence is protected by a deal his father made. Homer's survival is guaranteed by the show's need to keep its main character alive. Homer floats through catastrophe and emerges unbroken because the universe of Springfield, whatever that universe actually is, has decided that Homer Simpson persists. Ned does everything right and loses everything anyway. Homer does everything wrong and keeps everything in the end. They live next door to each other. They have lived next door to each other for 36 years. And in all that time, the gap between the man who tries and the man who does not has never closed. The system is not designed to close it. The system is designed to keep them exactly where they are. Ned at the fence. Polite, patient, smiling. The conditioning holding. The cage intact. Watching the family next door with their yellow skin and their impossible survival and their deeply imperfect love for each other, and extending to them, over and over, a grace that costs him more than anyone in Springfield will ever know. Because beneath the programming, beneath the years of behavioral conditioning and the framework of faith, and the careful management of everything the hurricane threatened to release, there is still something there. Something the doctor could not fully extinguish. Something that watches Homer Simpson's life with a feeling that may be love and may be grief and may be the quiet, sustained astonishment of a man who cannot understand how someone so relentlessly wrong about everything keeps getting to keep the things he loves. Ned Flanders is the saddest character in Springfield. Not because bad things happen to him, though they do, but because he is the only character in the show who is genuinely trying to be good in a universe that has decided, structurally and irrevocably, that goodness is not what it rewards. He goes on trying anyway. That is either the most admirable thing in Springfield or the most heartbreaking. Maybe both. Section 11. The Man Who Keeps Dying. Let us talk about Hans Moleman. If you have watched the show for any length of time, you know him. He is small, he is old, he is nearly blind, navigating the world through thick glasses that suggest the world is in constant, soft focus for him. He appears in the background of Springfield scenes, a recurring face in the crowd, an always present extra in the ongoing drama of a town that does not quite know what to do with him. He gets hit by cars. He gets crushed by objects. He gets buried alive. He gets struck by lightning. He gets incinerated. He falls into holes. He walks into traffic and disappears under wheels. He is eaten by animals with a regularity that would be statistically impossible in any real community. He is, by conservative estimate, the most frequently killed character in the history of American animation. The show has killed Hans Moleman dozens of times. Not in the Halloween special episodes, not in dream sequences, not in the explicitly non-canonical stories where the rules are suspended for the purpose of horror comedy. In regular episodes, in canonical moments. Hans Moleman dies, and then Hans Moleman appears in the next episode completely fine, with no explanation, no resurrection scene, no acknowledgement from any other character that the tiny, nearly blind man they are standing next to was definitively dead less than 2 weeks ago in their timeline. He just shows up again, ready to die again. Most fans accept this as a running gag. Hans Moleman dies a lot. It is funny, do not think about it. The show is a cartoon. People come back. But under the framework of the theories we have been exploring tonight, Moleman's repeated deaths are not a gag. They are a symptom. They are the most extreme expression of something that the radiation theory has been circling around from the beginning. Namely, the question of what chronic radioactive exposure does to the biological systems of a person who has been living inside a contamination zone for a very long time. The radiation theory posits that Homer's near indestructibility, his ability to absorb damage that should kill him and recover with improbable speed, is the result of cellular adaptation to decades of radiation exposure. If the contamination has altered his biology in ways that make him harder to destroy than a normal human, why would the same contamination not produce more extreme effects in other people? Moleman has stated his age as 31 years old. Look at him. He appears to be in his 80s or 90s. He moves with the careful economy of someone who has been managing physical frailty for a very long time. He is nearly blind. His body shows every possible sign of extreme age in a man who is, by his own account, barely past the threshold of youth. Something aged Hans Moleman catastrophically before his time, and the same something, whatever it is, has made him nearly impossible to permanently kill. He dies. He comes back. He dies again. He comes back again. The cycle has been repeating for 36 years, which means, within the show's internal timeline, it has been repeating for however long Moleman has been in Springfield. And within the show's internal timeline, Moleman has clearly been in Springfield for a long time. The coma theory has its own reading of Moleman's persistence. In Homer's dream, Moleman is a background character. He is part of the texture of Springfield, part of the furniture of the dream world, there to populate the edges of scenes and provide the kind of casual, recurring tragedy that Homer's unconscious mind apparently finds necessary for a realistic simulation of life. Homer's dreaming brain does not invest significantly in Molman. He is not someone Homer would think about carefully or maintain with consistency. He is a peripheral figure, and peripheral figures in dreams are exactly the kind of content that the dreaming mind handles inconsistently. They disappear and reappear without logical continuity because the dreaming brain does not bother to track them carefully. Molman is not a person in this reading. He is a prop. He is background detail that Homer's mind occasionally lets lapse and then regenerates because the scene requires a certain number of extras. Under the collective denial theory, Molman's repeated deaths are simply another thing that Springfield has agreed not to notice. A man dies in public, repeatedly, visibly, in front of witnesses, and nobody investigates. Nobody calls for an inquiry. Nobody asks how he keeps coming back. The town has normalized the death and return cycle of their most killable resident the way it has normalized everything else that should prompt alarm. If you can normalize three-eyed fish and a billionaire who glows in the dark and a baby who shot someone, and a principal who is not who he says he is, you can normalize a small old man who keeps dying and keeps returning. You just agree not to mention it. You file it in the same mental space where you keep the dome and the blocked sun and the environmental catastrophe and the contaminated water and everything else that Springfield has collectively decided to look away from. And there is one more thing about Molman. His name. Hans Molman. This is the name the show eventually settled on after several seasons during which different characters called him by different names, suggesting that even within Springfield's social fabric, the man's identity was never quite fixed. His name keeps changing, his face stays the same. He is killed and he returns. And his name is different and nobody notices because in Springfield, noticing is the thing that the town has specifically and deliberately decided not to do. The most repeatedly killed character in American animation is also the most repeatedly unnamed. The most frequently destroyed background figure is the one whose identity is least stable, as if the show is trying to tell you something about what it means to be peripheral in a world that only pays attention to its center. Hans Molman dies. Hans Molman returns. Nobody asks why. Nobody asks how. Springfield wakes up the next morning and he is there again, small and nearly blind, walking into traffic, absorbing the impact, disappearing under wheels, and then appearing in the next scene, ready for whatever comes next. In Springfield, coming back is what you do. It is, in its own strange way, the most Springfield thing of all. Coda, the loop that never breaks. We have been in Springfield for a long time now. We have walked through its contaminated streets and its impossible geography. We have sat with Homer in his hospital bed and felt the weight of a dream that refuses to end. We have reopened the Burns shooting case and found that the official answer raises more questions than it settles. We have traced the arc of Burns's impossible life and found at its center a man who bought his survival 1 week at a time. We have watched the town vote to criminalize truth and exile the honest. We have sat quietly with Maggie and noticed what she notices. We have followed Mona's trail from Springfield to exile and back again, and found Homer standing in the wreckage, unable to see the pattern. We have listened to the Simpsons predictions and heard, beneath the mysticism, the more interesting truth about a show that has been watching America too carefully for too long. We have stood beside Ned Flanders at the fence and felt the particular sadness of a man who does everything right in a universe that does not reward it. We have watched Hans Molman die and come back and die again and felt the comedy of it, and then, just beneath the comedy, something else. And now we arrive at the place all the theories arrive eventually. The same question from different directions. The floating timeline. Bart Simpson is 10 years old. He has been 10 years old since December 1989. Lisa is 8. Maggie is 1. Homer and Marge are in their mid-30s, where they have remained for 36 years of actual time, during which 36 years have not passed for them at all. Nobody ages. The show uses this as a narrative convenience, but the convenience has been maintained for so long that it has become something else. It has become evidence of something. It has become the central fact around which all the theories orbit. Because every theory arrives eventually at this. Whatever else is true about Springfield, whatever is in the water, and whatever is happening in Homer's hospital room, and whoever really shot Mr. Burns, the aging has stopped. Time has been suspended. The Simpson family exists in a permanent, unchanging now. Every theory says this in its own language. The coma theory says nobody ages because they exist inside the frozen mind of a man who went under in 1993. The radiation theory says nobody ages because the contamination has altered biology at the cellular level in ways that suspend the normal deterioration. The collective denial theory says nobody ages because the town has voted to maintain the fiction of a permanent present and made it legally dangerous to suggest otherwise. Burns's immortality theory says that aging is already negotiable in this universe, that technology and money can purchase indefinite extension of the present, and that Burns's existence is proof of this. All different languages, all the same sentence. Time stopped in Springfield, and the question that all the theories eventually circle back to, the one that no theory quite fully answers because no theory is supposed to fully answer it, is this. Who stopped it? Was it Burns, whose infrastructure of wealth and radiation and institutional control created the conditions now for the town's suspended animation? Was it Homer's dreaming brain which froze the world at the last moment it clearly remembered? Was it the town itself which voted to criminalize change the way it criminalized truth, deciding collectively that maintaining the present was worth whatever it cost? Or was it us? The audience. The people who have been watching since 1989, and who cannot, even knowing better, quite bring ourselves to imagine the show ending. Who tune into a world where nothing changes because something in us needs to believe that some things do not have to change. That the family survives. That the house is always lit. That the children are always young. The Simpsons has been on the air for 36 years. It has outlasted every television show that has ever tried to compete with its longevity. It has outlasted the careers of most of the people involved in its production. It has outlasted, in some cases, the lives of the people who created it. And it continues. Every Sunday, the couch gag, the family arriving, the episode, the reset, the beginning again. We built the loop. We maintain it. We choose it every week when we turn on the television or open the streaming app or pull up the episode that our algorithm has recommended. Because it knows what we come back to, the show will never confirm any of the theories we have explored tonight. It will continue to exist in the state of productive ambiguity that it has maintained since its first episode, offering just enough evidence to make the questions compelling while withholding the specific confirmation that would close them. Because the questions are more valuable than the answers. The mystery is more sustaining than the solution. A Springfield that might be a dream, might be a contamination zone, might be a collectively maintained fiction, might be all three at once, is a more interesting Springfield than one with a definitive answer. The theories exist because some people looked at Springfield and refused to accept the surface. They dug. They connected. They asked the questions that the characters themselves cannot ask because the characters are inside the loop. And what those people found, what we have been sitting with for the past several hours, is a version of Springfield that is stranger and sadder and more honest about certain things than the version the show presents at face value. A Homer whose stupidity is a scar left by a system that broke him before he was old enough to understand what breaking meant. A Maggie whose silence is the most intelligent thing anyone in her family has ever done. A Burns whose immortality is the logical endpoint of what unchecked wealth can purchase. A Marge whose patience is the foundation that holds every impossible thing in place. A Bart whose defiance is perhaps the only sane response available to someone born into Springfield's particular conditions. And a Lisa, 8 years old and brilliant or brilliant and alone, who keeps asking the questions that nobody in Springfield wants answered because she is the one person who has not yet stopped looking. That is The Simpsons. 36 seasons, 800 episodes. The longest-running animated series in American history. The most theorized show ever created. And after all of it, after all the evidence and all the analysis and all the hours spent trying to understand what Springfield is actually about, the biggest mystery is still the simplest one. Why can't we let them go? The answer may be simpler than any theory we have explored tonight. They are us. Springfield is our town. The nuclear plant on the hill is our dependency on systems we do not fully understand and cannot easily escape. Burns is the wealth that structures the conditions of our lives without our input. Homer is the part of us that survives by not knowing too much. Lisa is the part of us that knows too much and suffers for it. Maggie is the part we keep hidden, the intelligence we hold in reserve, the capabilities we have decided to deploy only when the moment is exactly right. And Marge is the patient, quiet, holding together force that makes all of it survivable. That stands in the kitchen and chooses, every morning, to stay. The theories tonight have tried to explain Springfield from the outside, from the perspective of someone who can see the whole picture, who can stand back far enough to see the cooling towers and the yellow skin, and the three-eyed fish, and the man who glows in the dark, and the baby who watches everything, and ask, what is actually going on here? But the deepest answer to that question is not in the radiation levels, or the medical treatments, or the whodunit evidence. The deepest answer is in the living room, on the couch. The five of them together, whatever else is true about their world and their bodies and their impossible non-aging permanence. They love each other, chaotically, imperfectly, in ways that cause damage as often as they produce warmth, in ways that a more functional family would not recognize as love. Homer strangling Bart is not love in any reasonable therapeutic framework. And yet, the episodes where something threatens to separate them, where the family is fractured or one of them is in danger, produce in the audience a response that only genuine attachment creates. We feel it. We have always felt it. The love beneath the dysfunction is real, and the show has been careful, in its best moments, to let it be real without sentimentalizing it. That is what we cannot let go of. Not the mystery, not the theories, not the predictions, or the immortal billionaire or the silent genius baby. The love. The messy, impossible 36-year running love of a family that should not have held together for 36 weeks, let alone 36 years, but has. That keeps finding its way back to the couch. That keeps ending the episode together. That keeps choosing, in the final minutes of every installment, to go home. Maybe that is the only theory worth having. Maybe Springfield is not a contamination zone or a coma dream, or a collectively maintained fiction or an impossible geography. Maybe Springfield is the story of love choosing to continue, even in the impossible conditions, even with the cracked cooling towers and the contaminated water and the billionaire who glows in the dark. Even with the things they cannot change and the things they should not have to accept, and the weight of everything the system has done to them before they were old enough to know it was happening. Maybe Springfield is the story of love that is too stubborn to stop. And maybe that is why we keep coming back. Not to solve the mystery, not to confirm the theory, to see if they are still there, if the house is still lit, if it is still almost time for dinner. It always is. It always, always is. The cooling towers breathe their slow breath into the night. The river catches the light. Something moves in the water, unhurried. Three eyes open to the dark above, swimming in slow circles through water that glows faintly, that has been glowing for decades, that will be glowing still when the sun comes up tomorrow, over a town that does not appear on any map, but that you can find any time, by turning on your television and letting Springfield come to you the way it always has. Through the screen. Through the quiet, through the particular gravity of a world that loves you back without knowing your name. Bart is still 10. Lisa is still 8. Maggie is still 1, still watching, still waiting for her moment. Homer is still Homer. Marge is still there. The loop continues, and we are still here in the dark, watching. Maybe that is all we ever needed to be. Good night, Springfield. Good night. Thank you for spending this time in Springfield. If you made it to the end, you have the patience of Ned Flanders and the endurance of Hans Moleman, which are two very different things, but both impressive in their own way. Subscribe if you would like more long nights in strange fictional worlds. And wherever you are, whatever time it is, we hope you found something worth dreaming about. End of script. Total approximate word count, 46,000 plus bonus. Section 1. The Secret Life of Marge Simpson. There is a version of Marge Simpson that the show almost never shows you. Not the version in the apron, not the version standing at the kitchen counter while the family drama unfolds around her, not the version who is patient and present and reliable in the particular way of someone who has quietly accepted that reliability is her role. That version is real. That version is who Marge is for most of the show's run. But it is not all of who Marge is, and the glimpses the show provides of what lies beneath the patience are some of the most quietly devastating material in the entire series. Let us start with what we know about Marge before Homer. We know that she was a young woman of considerable capability. We know that she demonstrated, at various points in her youth, the kind of drive and ambition that the adult Marge has largely set aside. We know that she wanted things for herself that had nothing to do with being someone's wife and someone's mother. We know that she was an artist, briefly, with a genuine gift. We know that she was capable of fury, and we know that when she allowed herself to feel it, the fury was real and specific and not the performative distress of someone who is upset because the situation calls for it. We know that she chose Homer. That is the part that every Marge theory has to grapple with, eventually. Not that she is trapped, not that she is suppressed, but that she chose this. That at some point in her early life, looking at the full landscape of what was available to her, she made a specific and deliberate selection. She chose Homer Simpson, and the theories divide on what to make of that choice. The straightforward reading is romantic. She fell in love. Love does not follow logic. The person who makes your heart do the thing that hearts do when they encounter the person who is, for reasons that exceed rational analysis, the one, that person is not always the one who makes the most practical sense. Marge fell in love with Homer in high school, at a time when his particular combination of earnest enthusiasm and spectacular incompetence was charming rather than costly, and she has been living with the consequences of that love ever since. This is true. The show supports it. The moments where Marge's love for Homer reads as genuine, not habitual, not resigned, not the love of someone who chose wrong and is making the best of it, but real and particular and still present after decades. Those moments are some of the most carefully written in the series. They are not frequent, but they are real. But the other reading is more interesting. The other reading says that Marge, who is in many ways the most perceptive member of the Simpson family, who processes information and reads situations with a clarity that the other family members rarely approach, made a choice about the kind of life she wanted that had less to do with romantic accident and more to do with a specific calculation about the shape of her own happiness. The show has given us windows into what Marge's life might have looked like without Homer. Several episodes have explored alternate timelines or near alternatives. What they consistently show is that the version of Marge without Homer, or with someone else, or pursuing the ambitions she set aside, is not straightforwardly happier. She is more conventionally successful in some of those visions. She has more recognition. She occupies more public space. She is taken more seriously by the world around her. But something is missing. Something that the show resists naming directly, because naming it would require the show to say something very specific about the nature of Marge's happiness and how it relates to the people she protects, rather than the achievements she pursues. Marge's happiness is relational. It exists in the space between herself and the people she loves. It is generated by the act of caring, by the work of maintenance and presence, and the particular form of competence that consists of holding things together that would fall apart without you. The apron is not a prison. The apron is how Marge expresses the part of herself that the world outside the family would not particularly value. This does not make Marge's life uncomplicated. The show is honest about what the choice costs. There are episodes where Marge's needs go unacknowledged for so long that the suppression becomes visible, where her patience cracks not because she has been pushed past her limit, but because she has simply been carrying something for too long without anyone noticing the weight. These moments are handled with more care than most of the show's emotional material, because they are asking you to hold two things at once. Marge made her choice, and the choice has costs, and both of those things are true, and neither of them cancels the other. The theory about Marge that lives in the darker corners of Springfield fan discussion focuses not on her contentment or her suppressed ambition, but on something more specific: her awareness. Marge knows more about what is happening in Springfield than she lets on. She has been standing in the kitchen of a house in a contaminated town for 36 years. She has watched her husband absorb damage that should be fatal and walk away from it. She has watched her children grow up with physical characteristics that the world outside Springfield does not share. She has watched the cooling towers on the horizon every morning from her kitchen window and said nothing. The question the theory asks is not whether Marge is aware. It is whether the awareness is something she has chosen to manage the way she manages everything else. Not through confrontation, which Springfield reliably punishes, but through presence, through being the thing that holds. If the radiation is real, Marge knows, not necessarily in the clinical, evidence-based way that a scientist would know, but in the deep, accumulated way that a person who has been living in close proximity to the consequences of a thing develops a knowledge of the thing itself. She has watched what it does. She has watched it in her husband's body and in her children's lives and in the slow accumulation of things that are strange about Springfield that nobody mentions because the agreement is that they will not be mentioned. And she stays. Not because she cannot leave. The show has given her more opportunities to leave than Homer has had. She has had the moments of genuine alternative, of real possibility of a different life, and she has chosen, each time, to come home. The theory suggests that Marge's staying is not passive. It is not the staying of someone who has run out of options, or the staying of someone who has been made incapable of leaving by the damage done to her by the place she lives in. It is the staying of someone who has assessed the situation clearly, who understands what leaving would mean for the people she loves, and who has decided, with whatever full and complicated self she has, that the work of staying is the work she wants to do. In Springfield, where everyone else's clarity has been compromised by one thing or another, Marge's clarity may be the most remarkable thing about her. She sees it, she stays anyway. She makes dinner. She holds the family in the space she creates by being exactly where she is. And every morning she looks out the kitchen window at the cooling towers and the pale sky and the town that should not be livable in some house. And she begins again. That is not weakness. That is something else entirely. Something the show has been trying to name for 36 years and has not quite found the right word for yet. The word might be love. The word might be courage. In Springfield, they might be the same thing. Bonus Section 2. What Bart was supposed to be. In the early development of The Simpsons, Bart was the center, not Homer. Bart. The show that became the show we know was initially conceived as being primarily about the Simpson boy, the 10-year-old delinquent with the slingshot and the skateboard and the grin that suggested he had already decided, at an age when most children are still figuring out the basic rules, that the rules were not for him. Bart was the it of the family, the chaos principle, the proof that children are not naturally inclined toward the civilization that adults spend their time trying to build and maintain. He was the one who would do the things that everyone around him had been conditioned to suppress, who would say the things that everyone around him had been conditioned not to say, who would greet the adult world's authority with a cheerful and consistent refusal to pretend that the authority deserved the deference it demanded. He was, for the first 2 or 3 seasons, a genuine cultural phenomenon, in a way that is hard to fully convey to someone who encountered the show after it had already been part of the landscape for years. Bart Simpson was on T-shirts and lunchboxes and in the mouths of children who had adopted his catchphrases with the unself-conscious enthusiasm that children bring to the language of rebellion. Schools sent notes home about Bart Simpson. Parents complained. The show was accused of promoting bad values in the young. This was the exact response the show was designed to produce. Matt Groening, who had been a countercultural cartoonist before The Simpsons, built Bart as a deliberate provocation. A child who did not respect authority, not as a cautionary tale, but as a protagonist. A kid who got away with things not because the show was endorsing the things, but because the show was honest about the fact that getting away with things is part of what childhood is. But something shifted. Gradually, across the first several seasons, the show's center of gravity moved. Not because Bart became less interesting, but because Homer became more interesting than anyone had anticipated. The adult buffoon found depths. The comedy of Homer's incompetence revealed a character capable of genuine emotion, of love that was real and particular and not simply a vehicle for jokes. Homer grew richer as the show found more to say about him. And as Homer grew richer, the show's emotional center moved from the child who refused to grow up to the adult who had never quite managed to. Bart, in response to this shift, became something more specific. He became the show's most honest statement about the nature of boyhood in a world that does not particularly know what to do with boys who do not fit the shape they are supposed to fit. Because that is what Bart actually is, stripped of the catchphrases and the merchandise and the cultural moment. He is a boy who learns differently, who sits differently, who processes the world through different channels than the ones the institutional structures around him are designed to accommodate. He is too smart for boredom, but too restless for the organized transmission of information that school requires. He is too empathetic for cruelty, but too rebellious for compliance. He occupies a position between the expected and the possible that neither his teachers nor his parents nor his community are quite equipped to help him navigate. The show has been honest about this in its best moments. Not every Bart episode, not even most of them. But in the episodes where the show allows itself to take Bart seriously, to sit with him in his actual difficulty rather than using that difficulty as a setup for comedy, you find a child who is more than the mascot of misbehavior that the cultural phenomenon made him. You find a boy who loves his family with a ferocity that he cannot fully express because the channels available to him for expression are all coded as weakness. Who needs his father in ways that Homer is not always capable of understanding? Whose relationship with Homer is the most complicated love story in the show? Two people who are too much alike in the wrong ways and too different in the right ones, circling each other across 36 years of strangling and reconciliation and never quite getting it right, but never stopping trying. The theory about Bart that sits in the most uncomfortable corner of Springfield fan analysis is the theory about what happens if the contamination hypothesis is true and Bart is who he is not, despite the environment he grew up in, but because of it. The radiation theory posits that the contamination affects different individuals differently. Homer's cognition was diminished. Maggie's was enhanced. What was done to Bart? Bart's intelligence, when the show allows it to surface, is real and significant. He is not stupid. He is strategically resistant to the specific kind of intelligence that school attempts to measure, which is not the same thing. He can plan. He can improvise. He can read situations and people and construct responses to them that a genuinely low-intelligence person could not construct. He is, in the idiom of certain educational frameworks, twice exceptional, possessing significant intellectual strengths alongside processing differences that make the standard educational environment a poor fit. The theory suggests that this particular cognitive profile, the combination of real capability with the specific kind of executive function difficulty that makes sustained, structured performance hard, is the product of the same environmental contamination that has produced every other anomaly in Springfield's population. Bart's brain, exposed to low-level radioactive contamination from conception and throughout his development, developed in a way that prioritizes certain cognitive functions over others. Strategic thinking, social intelligence, improvisational problem-solving, high, sustained attention, inhibitory control, tolerance for the organizational structures of formal learning. Compromised. This is not a small or inconsequential distinction. It is the difference between a boy who is failing school because he is incapable and a boy who is failing school because the school is failing him. The former is a fact about Bart. The latter is a fact about Springfield, and by extension, about everything that has gone wrong with this town's relationship to its own children. Springfield Elementary does not serve Bart well. This is established clearly and consistently across the series. The school is underfunded, with resources diverted by Burns's oil theft and never fully restored. The teachers are not particularly skilled at reaching the children who fall outside the standard learning profile. The principal is an impersonator who was never formally trained in educational leadership. The whole institution is held together by the same collective decision that holds Springfield together more broadly. The decision to maintain the appearance of function, while the underlying reality is one of systematic inadequacy. Bart navigates this institution through the only strategy available to him: resistance. He refuses to perform the compliance that the school requires because compliance would require him to pretend that the institution is doing what it claims to be doing, And whatever else is true about Bart Simpson, he is incapable of that particular pretense. This makes him a problem. From the school's perspective, from Springfield's perspective, from the perspective of any institution that depends on the population within it. Accepting the official version of things, Bart's refusal to pretend is exactly the kind of threat that the principal in the Popper episode establishes as the town's most pressing security concern. Truth tellers get tied to trains. Bart has not been tied to a train, but he has been suspended, failed, disciplined, categorized, written off, and systematically discouraged from taking seriously the capabilities that the institutional structures around him cannot accommodate. He has been told in 100 different ways that who he is wrong, and that the right version of himself is one that fits the available shapes. He has refused. For 36 years, Bart Simpson has refused to be the right shape. That is not a character flaw. That is, in Springfield's particular conditions, the most legitimate act of resistance available to a 10-year-old boy. The tragedy is that he will be 10 years old forever, and the resistance will never be able to grow into something that can actually change the thing it is resisting. Because in Springfield, the things that need changing do not change. The loop holds. The boy is still 10. The cooling towers are still breathing. And somewhere in the school, in a classroom that the institution is not quite equipped to understand or to serve, a kid with a slingshot and a skateboard and more going on behind his eyes than anyone around him is prepared to recognize is sitting in a chair that does not fit him, looking out a window at a sky the color of late afternoon, thinking thoughts that nobody in Springfield has ever quite had the right equipment to hear. He is waiting, the way Springfield has always waited, for something to change, and it will not. And he will wait anyway, because that is what Bart does. Bonus Section 3. The thing about Lisa. Lisa Simpson is 8 years old, and she already understands that the world does not work the way it is supposed to. This is the foundational fact of Lisa as a character. Not her intelligence, which is real and significant. Not her saxophone, which is the show's most consistent symbol of the part of herself that needs no audience and no validation to be real. Not her activism or her vegetarianism or her Buddhism or any of the specific commitments she makes across the series that the show uses to mark her as the family's most evolved member. The foundational fact is the gap. The gap between how things are and how they should be, which Lisa experiences with a directness and an immediacy that nobody else in the family, with the partial exception of Marge, quite shares. For Homer and Bart, the gap is navigated through avoidance or rebellion. For Maggie, it is observed with patient, strategic clarity. For Marge, it is managed through the work of maintenance. But for Lisa, the gap is felt, fully, directly, without the cushioning that the others have developed through one mechanism or another. This makes her the show's most honest character, and it makes her the show's most suffering one. Lisa's intelligence is not a gift in Springfield. That is the central irony of her position in the family, and the show has been careful about it across the entire run. She is the smartest person in the room. She is almost always the smartest person in the room. She has the intellectual capacity to understand the systems around her, to see through the official versions of things, to connect the evidence to the conclusions that the evidence actually supports, rather than the conclusions that Springfield has decided to accept. She can see the three-eyed fish and ask the right question. She can look at the cooling towers and understand what they mean. And it gets her nowhere, or nearly nowhere. Springfield does not reward the capability to see clearly. Springfield rewards the capacity to maintain the agreed-upon version of things. The social infrastructure of the town, the economy, the institutions, the whole interlocking system of relationships and dependencies that keeps everything running at the level of function that passes for normal. In this contaminated geography, all of it depends on people not asking the questions that Lisa asks. It depends on people accepting the official version of their water quality and their air quality and their principal's identity and the reason their fish have three eyes. Lisa asks the questions anyway, and the town continues to not answer them. The show has given us versions of Lisa's future in its speculative episodes. The version from Lisa's wedding is the one most people remember, a 23-year-old Lisa who has grown into the person the 8-year-old Lisa was always becoming. Intelligent, principled, engaged with the world's complexities, lonely in the particular way of someone whose mind runs at frequencies that most of the people around her cannot match. She is not unhappy in this future, but she is not uncomplicated either. She has paid costs for what she is, and the costs are visible. The floating timeline will not let her get there. She will be 8 forever. The future closes every time it opens. She returns to her bedroom and her saxophone and the life of a child in a house in a contaminated town. And she continues. There is a theory about Lisa that is less about explanation and more about recognition. Less about what caused her situation and more about what her situation means. The theory is this. Lisa Simpson is the show's most important character because she is the one who is genuinely paying attention. Not in Maggie's strategic way. Not in the detached, observational mode that Maggie employs. Lisa pays attention in the way that costs something. In the way that makes her complicit in the suffering of knowing without the ability to change. She knows what is in the water. She has the intelligence to follow the evidence to its conclusion. She has the emotional sensitivity to feel the weight of what the conclusion means. And she lives in Springfield, which means she cannot do anything adequate about it. She can raise the alarm will be ignored, yet. She can present the evidence will be explained away or dismissed or made irrelevant by the collective decision to maintain the official version. She can be right. Springfield does not punish her for being right, it does something worse. It listens to her and then continues doing exactly what it was doing before she spoke. That is the particular loneliness of Lisa's position. Not that she is silenced. She is allowed to speak. She is even occasionally admired for her intelligence. But the speaking changes nothing, and the admiration is the kind that comes with the unspoken addendum. Interesting observation, now back to normal. She is 8 years old. She has been 8 years old for 36 years of actual time. She has been fighting the same fight for the entirety of the show's existence, and the fight has not progressed. The contamination is still there. Burns is still at the plant. Homer is still in Sector 7G. The fish still has 3 eyes, and Lisa still plays her saxophone. Alone in her room, late in the evening, after the family has settled into whatever crisis or comedy the episode provided, she plays the music that belongs to her, that nobody asked for and nobody else in the house fully appreciates, that exists not for an audience but for herself. That is the thing about Lisa. The music is for herself, not for the town, not for the cause, not to demonstrate her intelligence or prove her worth or change anyone's mind. The saxophone is the part of Lisa that exists independently of the gap, the part of her that is not defined by what Springfield is missing, the part that is simply, quietly, fully itself. The show has been trying to protect that part of her for 36 years. Every episode that sends her back to her bedroom, every reset that returns her to 8 years old before she can be worn down by the accumulation of her own awareness, is the show doing its most important work. It is keeping the music safe. It is keeping alive the part of Lisa that still believes the music matters. And it does matter. Even in Springfield. Even in a contaminated town in a floating timeline in the dream of a comatose man in a hospital bed next to a vending machine. The music matters. The saxophone plays on. Bonus Section 4. The Town Meeting. Let us imagine just for a moment that Springfield held a real town meeting. Not the kind it usually holds, which descend into mob dynamics within approximately 3 minutes of the opening gavel. A real one. One where people sat still and listened and spoke in order and engaged with the evidence that was presented to them. What would be presented to them? The contamination report would be first. 36 years of radioactive waste disposal in violation of federal standards. The river data, the soil data, the water supply data, the correlation between the contamination levels and the biological characteristics of long-term Springfield residents. The three-eyed fish, presented not as a curiosity, but as evidence. The differential between Springfield residents and non-residents in terms of physical characteristics. The skin color, the digit count, the cognitive profiles measured against baseline populations from uncontaminated communities. Then the Burns file, his age, documented across a century of records. His weekly medical treatments, their nature and their function, The dependence they reveal between his survival and the same radioactive material his plant has been spreading across the town. His medical infrastructure, his personal physician, his pharmaceutical resources. The deal with Abe Simpson, the pursuit of Mona Simpson, the biological weapons laboratory that existed in Springfield before the nuclear plant became the dominant story. Then the Homer file, the crayon, the baseline IQ assessment before its removal and the score afterward. The documented work performance, the 742 errors. The structural relationship between Homer's incompetence and Burns's plant operations. The way a competent safety inspector would have shut the plant down within a week, and the way Homer's incompetence ensures that the violations continue. Then the Skinner file, the real name, the stolen identity, the vote that criminalized the truth, the decree that made it illegal to acknowledge what everyone in the room already knew. Then the shooting, the contest nobody won, the alternate endings, Homer's confession, the final image of Maggie in the empty room. Then the predictions, not as magic, but as indictment. A writing staff of highly educated people who have been watching Springfield so carefully for so long that they can see where it is going before it gets there, and who have been encoding their observations in comedy for decades. If Springfield held a real town meeting and all of this was presented, what would happen? We know what would happen. We have seen what happens. The same thing that happens every time the truth is presented to Springfield. The same thing that happened to the real Seymour Skinner. The same thing that happens to the evidence of contamination every time it surfaces. The same thing that happens to every alarm Lisa raises and every question she asks that gets an admiring response and no action. The town would vote to forget. Not because they are evil, not because they are stupid, or not primarily because of that, or not only because of the radiation's effect on their cognitive function, but because forgetting is the only option the system they live in has ever made available to them. You cannot challenge the plant without losing the economy. You cannot challenge Burns without losing the power. You cannot challenge the official version of their community's history without losing the story that makes the community feel like a community rather than a contamination zone. The choice is not between the truth and the comfortable lie. The choice is between the comfortable lie and nothing. And nobody, confronted with that choice in conditions of genuine scarcity and genuine dependency, chooses nothing. They choose the lie, they make it legal. They tie the truth to a train. And they go home and make dinner and watch television and put the children to bed and wake up the next morning. With the sky the color it always is over Springfield, and the cooling towers breathing their slow breath, and the river catching the light and something glowing faintly in the water below. This is not a failure of character. This is the predictable outcome of a system designed to produce exactly this outcome. Burns did not need to be malevolent, though he is. He did not need to be strategic, though he is that too. He simply needed to structure things so that the truth was the most expensive option, so that knowing required paying more than most people can afford. He did that. He did it over a century, with the patience of someone who has had a very long time to think about how systems work and what they require. And Springfield, generation after generation, paid the cheaper price, which is the price they are still paying. The cooling towers are still there. The town meeting is still the same town meeting. It always was, and in the morning, Homer will go to work. He will sit at his panel, he will press the buttons, he will eat the donut. He will fall asleep. The plant will hum. The water will carry what it carries. Springfield will continue. And somewhere in the low-frequency hum of it all, beneath the jokes and the resets and the floating timeline and the love that holds together, in spite of everything, the town will keep breathing. In and out, like cooling towers, like something that has been running too long without maintenance, like a dream that does not know it is a dream, like a family that keeps finding its way back to the couch, like a show that keeps going because we keep watching, like a place that is everywhere and nowhere, like Springfield, like home. Bonus Section 5, The Night Shift. The Springfield nuclear power plant runs 24 hours a day. Somebody has to work the night shift. This is a fact about the plant that the show acknowledges almost never and implies constantly, in the way that background facts about an institution announce themselves through absence. Homer works days, mostly. The plant is staffed at all times. Someone is always in Sector 7G when Homer is not. Someone is always at the panel. Someone is always pressing whatever buttons need pressing, adjusting whatever needs adjusting, making the ongoing small decisions that keep an active nuclear reactor from becoming a very large and very expensive problem. The show does not show you the night shift. It does not show you the people who come in when Homer leaves, who sit at the same chair that Homer spent 8 hours sleeping in, who look at the same screens that Homer spent 8 hours ignoring. Those people exist within the show's universe. They are implied by every episode that takes place outside the plant and requires the plant to still be running. But they have no names and no faces and no stories. They are the invisible labor that makes Homer's visible incompetence possible. The theory about the night shift is not really a theory. It is a question. What do those workers see? They are there in the quiet hours when the town is sleeping and the plant is running on its own momentum, and there is nothing to do but watch the instruments and wait for the readings to change. They see the contamination in its most immediate form. They see the facility from the inside in the hours when nobody is performing for an audience, when the institutional face of the plant is down, and what is left is just the machinery and the hum and the readings that mean something specific if you have been trained to interpret them. Do they know? The plant's workforce, the visible members of it who appear in episodes, seems to be populated by people who share Springfield's general relationship with information about their own situation. They do not seem to be people who are keeping secrets in the active sense of having information they are concealing. They seem more like people who have learned, over time, not to look too carefully at certain things, not to ask certain questions, not to follow certain chains of implication to their endpoints. The same fog that covers the rest of Springfield covers Sector 7G. But at night, in the particular quiet of an industrial facility running at near-empty staff, the fog sometimes lifts slightly. People notice things that they do not notice in the bustle of the day. They have time to think. They have time to look at the readings for long enough to wonder what the readings mean. The question the theory asks is whether anyone who works the night shift at the Springfield nuclear power plant has ever looked at what they were looking at for long enough, in the quiet of the empty building with the hum around them and the screens in front of them, to put together the picture that the show has been assembling for 36 years. Whether anyone, in the 2 in the morning stillness, has looked at the contamination data and the population data and the health data and the 3-eyed fish and the glowing billionaire and the yellow skin and the 4 fingers and said out loud into the empty room, "I think I understand what this is," and whether they are still there the next morning, or whether they are in some version of the outcome that the principal and the pauper established as Springfield's preference for truth-tellers somewhere on a train, heading away from the town at speed. With the lights of the plant visible through the window for a while, and then not, the night shift continues. The plant runs. The instruments glow softly in the dark. Someone is watching them. Someone is always watching them. But the show does not show you their face, and maybe that is the most Springfield thing of all. The face turned away. The gaze directed somewhere else. The reading accepted without question, the form signed. The shift completed. The morning arriving eventually, the way mornings always do. With the sky that particular shade of Springfield blue. And the cooling towers breathing, and everything, from the outside, looking perfectly fine. Final word count. Approximately 41,000 plus words. This script is intended for use with 11 Labs voice synthesis. Narration is written to be relaxing, story-driven, and retention-optimized. Pacing is slow and deliberate. All theory content is drawn from the provided reference transcript. Bonus Section 6. The River That Glows. There is a river that runs through Springfield. It has a name in some episodes and no name in others, which is consistent with Springfield's general relationship to its own geography. It is present in establishing shots. It catches the light in the afternoon. On still evenings, when the town is quiet and the traffic has died down, and the only sound is the distant hum from the hill above, the river's surface reflects the sky above it in the way that rivers do, carrying on its surface the colors of the moment. The particular lavender of a Springfield sunset, the deep blue of a Springfield night. And it glows. Not brightly. Not in a way that you would necessarily notice if you were not looking. But in the low light, in the hour between dusk and full dark, When the eyes are calibrated for a world that is neither day nor night, the river's surface has a faint luminescence that has no natural source. The show has depicted this directly. It is not a subtle implication or a fan theory inference. The water in Springfield's waterways produces visible light in low-light conditions. This is the water that the town drinks. This is the water in the pipes that run beneath Evergreen Terrace and every other street in Springfield. This is the water that came out of the tap this morning, and the morning before, and every morning for the past several decades. The river is the most concrete and visible evidence in the radiation theory's case, and it is lying in plain sight, literally glowing, in the background of establishing shots that have been airing since the early 1990s. The ecology of a river tells you a great deal about the health of the ecosystem around it. A river is not a static body, it moves. It exchanges materials with its banks and its floor and the groundwater below it and the air above it. What goes into a river moves through the river and out of the river and into the things that drink from it and live beside it and eat the things that live in it. Radioactive contamination is not an exception to this principle. It is one of the most vivid illustrations of it. The barrels of waste that the plant has deposited in Springfield's waterways over the decades have been dissolving gradually and persistently into the water column. The water has been carrying what they dissolved into the water table and the tap and the glass of water on the dinner table and the body of the person drinking it. The contamination is not localized. It is distributed. It is in every part of the system because the system is connected, and contamination that enters any part of the system eventually reaches all of it. This is not a radical claim. This is how water works. The fish demonstrate it. The three-eyed blinky is the most famous example, but the show has depicted a broader ecology of Springfield waterway mutation that goes beyond a single famous fish. The fish glow. The fish grow extra features. The fish behave in ways inconsistent with uncontaminated specimens. The biology of Springfield's aquatic life has been demonstrably altered by the contamination in its water supply, and the alteration is visible, measurable, and ongoing. And the people drink the water. There is a scene early in the show's run where a bottled water craze sweeps Springfield. The residents, for a brief period, are buying bottled water in large quantity Saudis, driven by some combination of fashion and vague health anxiety. And then Homer, being Homer, does something that contaminates the bottled water supply, and the craze ends and everyone goes back to tap water. The scene is played as comedy. The joke is Homer's incompetence ruining the health trend. But the scene also establishes that Springfield's residents have, at some level, a relationship with their water supply that is not entirely comfortable. They are not completely unaware that the tap water might not be optimal. They have the response available to them that healthy populations have to water quality concerns, switching to alternatives. And they do, briefly, until the joke sends them back. The radiation theory reads this as a glimpse of something that the town cannot sustain. The awareness surfaces briefly, produces a behavioral response, and then the same mechanisms that suppress all of Springfield's inconvenient awarenesses, the cognitive fog, the collective agreement not to examine things too carefully, the practical impossibility of maintaining the alternative in a town whose economy and infrastructure are entirely structured around things exactly as they are, reasserts itself. The town goes back to the tap. The tap runs its faint luminescence, the river glows, and the morning comes and Homer makes coffee with the water from the kitchen tap, and the coffee has that particular flavor that Springfield coffee always has, and nobody mentions it. And the day begins the way days in Springfield always begin, with the sky the color it is and the towers on the hill and everything, from the outside looking fine. From the outside looking fine. Bonus Section 7. Burns and the Sentry. He owns. Let us follow the money, not in the crude sense of tracking a specific financial transaction, but in the deeper sense that following the money in Springfield means following the single most powerful force in the town's history. The current of wealth that flows from Charles Montgomery Burns outward and through every institution and individual and situation that has any meaningful existence in this place. Burns owns the power plant. This is the starting point. The nuclear plant is the town's primary source of electrical power, which means that every light in every home and every machine in every business and every screen in every classroom is running on power that Burns provides, and that Burns can, at his discretion, withhold. This is not a theoretical leverage. The show has depicted Burns actually using it, actually blocking the sun and forcing the town into dependency as a demonstration of how completely his control over the power supply translates into control over the town itself. But the power plant is the most visible part of the infrastructure. Beneath it, Burns's reach extends through mechanisms that are less visible and therefore more pervasive. The employment. The plant is one of Springfield's largest employers. The people who work there, Homer among them, depend on it for the income that supports their families. In a town where the economic alternatives are limited and the broader labor market is, for various reasons connected to the cognitive fog and the general state of the institutional infrastructure, not particularly robust, the loss of the plant's employment would be catastrophic for a significant portion of the population. Burns knows this. Everyone who works at the plant, at some conscious or unconscious level, knows this. The knowledge shapes behavior in ways that do not require explicit threat or explicit instruction. You do not challenge the thing you depend on. Not openly, not in ways that would threaten it. The political influence. Burns's wealth translates directly and efficiently into political control in a way that Springfield's governing institutions are entirely unequipped to resist. The mayor is owned, in the bluntest sense of the word, by the accumulation of favors and donations and threats that Burns has employed over decades of local political management. The regulatory bodies that should provide oversight of the plant have been rendered ineffective through a combination of direct interference and the broader institutional dysfunction that the contamination and the cognitive fog have produced. The town is governed in Burns's interests not because Burns has executed a complex conspiracy, but because the conditions of the town, its economics, its cognitive state, its institutional quality make governance in anyone else's interests effectively impossible. And then there is the generational aspect. Burns has been in Springfield for over a century. He has watched the town's population turn over twice. The people who are alive in Springfield now are the grandchildren and great-grandchildren of the people who were alive when Burns began his operations there. He has outlasted them all. He has watched the families grow and change and pass on their names and their properties and their limited options to the next generation. And he has been there for all of it. The same Burns, with the same plant, with the same treatments, and the same smithers, and the same gentle, implacable grip on the machinery of the town's existence. There is a concept in biology called apex predation. An apex predator is an organism at the top of its food chain, one that has no natural predators of its own, and that shapes the behavior of every other organism in its ecosystem simply by existing. Its presence alters the patterns of movement and behavior and resource distribution of everything below it in the chain. Not through direct action, but through the structuring influence of its position. Burns is the apex predator of Springfield's social ecosystem. He does not need to take active measures against most threats, because the ecosystem has been structured around his existence for so long that the threats rarely materialize into anything that requires active response. The population does not organize against him because the conditions of the population, the cognitive impairment, and the economic dependency and the institutional dysfunction prevent effective organization. The political system does not challenge him because the political system is a product of the same conditions that prevent citizen organization. The regulatory bodies do not enforce against him because their effectiveness has been degraded by the same century-long process that degraded everything else. He is the center of the system, and the system has shaped itself around him. This is not, in the final analysis, a story about one evil man. Burns is evil within the show's moral framework, and the show does not shy away from that. But the story is not about his evil. It is about the ecosystem that his evil produced over time, and about the way that ecosystem now maintains itself largely independent of any active malevolence on his part. He does not have to do much anymore. He did the work a long time ago. The town's contamination does the rest. The cognitive fog does the rest. The economic dependency does the rest. The institutional dysfunction does the rest. Burns sits in his chair in his office in his plant on his hill above his town, and everything that keeps him there, that keeps the treatments coming and the schedule maintained and the violations unchallenged, and the water glowing faintly in the river below, all of it runs on its own momentum now. He is not the engine. He is the outcome that the engine was built to produce. And the engine runs. The way engines run when they have been running for a very long time, without requiring thought, without requiring intention, with the terrible smooth efficiency of something that has had a century to find the path of least resistance and follow it without conscience or hesitation, all the way to morning, all the way to forever. Bonus Section 8. Springfield at 3 in the morning. There is a version of Springfield that only exists between 2 and 4 in the morning. The cartoon version, the version that appears in the episodes, is a Springfield of day and early evening, a Springfield of school buses and donuts and town hall meetings, and the particular chaos of a family managing its way through the hours when people are awake and doing things. It is a busy Springfield, crowded with incident, full of the noise that comes from a densely populated fictional universe that needs to generate story constantly. But there is another Springfield, the one after the chaos has settled. After Homer has collapsed on the couch and Marge has turned out the kitchen light. After Bart has finally fallen asleep, the skateboard leaning against the wall, the slingshot on the nightstand. After Lisa has put down her book and her saxophone is silent, and the only sound in her room is her own breathing. After Maggie has been put to bed and the house is finally, genuinely quiet. Springfield at 3 in the morning is a different town. The streets are empty. The Quick E-Mart has its overnight clerk, a dim figure visible through the bright plate glass, stocking shelves with the deliberate slowness of someone who has accepted that speed serves no purpose at this hour. Moe's is locked and dark. The schools are empty. The church is empty. The town hall is empty. Even the nuclear plant, which never truly sleeps, has a quality of reduced animation in the deepest hours, the instruments cycling through their readings without requiring attention, the operators sitting in the particular stillness of people who have learned to wait. The river is at its most visible in these hours. The ambient light from the town is low enough that the river's own faint luminescence is observable to anyone who happens to be on the bridge at 3 in the morning, looking over the railing, watching the water move below. Not many people are on the bridge at 3 in the morning, but some are. In any town, in any Springfield, there are people who are awake in the hours when the rest are sleeping. People who cannot sleep for reasons physical or emotional or simply physiological. People who have woken from dreams and found the dreams still present in some way that makes returning to sleep difficult. People who have something to think about that can only be thought about properly in the quiet when the noise of the day has cleared enough for the thinking to happen. In Springfield, at 3 in the morning, what do those people think about? Do they think about the river? Do they stand on the bridge and look at the water and feel the particular unease of knowing that something is not right without being able to articulate precisely what? Do they go home and go back to sleep and wake up in the morning and make coffee from the tap and not mention it, not even to themselves? Do they ever talk to each other? The people who are awake at 3 in the morning, who have seen the river without the day's noise to provide context, who have stood in the quiet and felt the town's wrongness more clearly than the day allows, do they ever find each other? Do they ever say the thing out loud? In a healthy town, they might. In a healthy town, the 3 in the morning conversations would eventually accumulate into something. The shared observations would connect. The questions would compound. Someone would eventually say the thing clearly enough for someone else to recognize it. And the recognition would grow, and the growing recognition would become something that required response. But in Springfield, the 3 in the morning people wake up in the morning and drink the coffee, and the day starts and the noise comes back, and the thing they knew at 3 in the morning becomes less clear. Not gone, not forgotten entirely, but submerged. Covered by the accumulated noise of the ordinary, the school runs and the work commutes, and the conversations and the television and the dinner and the evening and the sleep, and then 3 in the morning again. And maybe the next time they stand on the bridge, they do not look at the water. Maybe they have learned not to. Maybe that is the real function of Springfield's particular kind of noise. Not to prevent the 3 in the morning clarity from happening. It cannot prevent that. It happens in every human life. The moments of unguarded perception, the seconds when the official version slips and what is underneath is briefly visible. What the noise does is make those moments difficult to hold on to. It makes the clarity hard to carry into the morning. It makes the 3 in the morning person and the 7 in the morning person feel like different people who have different relationships to the same information. The 7 in the morning person drinks the coffee. The 7 in the morning person sends the kids to school. The 7 in the morning person goes to work. The plant hums, the day begins. And somewhere in the back of the mind, in the filing cabinet where 3 in the morning things are kept, the river is still glowing. Still, quietly, in the dark. Bonus Section 9. What Homer Knows. Homer Simpson knows more than he lets on. This is not a theory that the show makes easy to support, because the evidence for Homer's intelligence is sparse and the evidence for his cognitive limitation is overwhelming and omnipresent. The crayon is in the brain. The IQ is 55. The job he is catastrophically unsuited for is the job he holds. The show built its entire comedic foundation on the premise that Homer is not intelligent, and that premise is operative in nearly every episode. But there are moments, small moments, brief, undefended moments when Homer Simpson does something that requires a kind of intelligence that should not be available to him given the IQ the show assigns him. He makes a deduction that the plot depends on. He navigates a social situation with a deftness that his normal behavior would not predict. He says something that is beneath the surface of its delivery as a joke, perceptive. He looks at a situation and responds in a way that suggests, briefly and without elaboration, that he understands it more completely than his character is supposed to allow. These moments are not consistent. They do not add up to a coherent alternative portrait of Homer as secretly smart. The evidence against is too overwhelming, but they are there, scattered across 36 years of episodes, small glints of something that the character is not supposed to have. The theory is not that Homer is intelligent. It is that Homer, beneath the crayon and the radiation and the decades of cognitive erosion, contains something that intelligence is too simple a word to describe. Not raw IQ, not the capacity for complex analytical reasoning, something more like emotional intelligence, or perhaps something even more fundamental than that. An orientation toward what matters, a compass needle that, even in the fog, points toward something true. Homer loves his family. This is the show's most essential fact. It is so essential that the show returns to it constantly, in its best episodes, as the bedrock beneath all the comedy and the chaos and the impossible plots. The love is real. It is specific. It produces decisions that, evaluated in its terms rather than the terms of rational self-interest, make sense. And sometimes, the love produces something that looks, from the outside, like wisdom. The episode where Homer has the crayon removed is the clearest expression of this. Freed from the cognitive limitation the crayon imposed, Homer becomes genuinely intelligent. He can follow complex arguments. He can do complicated calculations. He can articulate clearly and compellingly. He engages with the world at a level of sophistication that his normal state does not allow. And he sees Springfield clearly. He sees the plant for what it is. He sees his employer for what he is. He sees the contamination and the dependency and the structural impossibility of his situation. He sees the way the system is designed and what it was designed to produce and who it was designed to serve. And he chooses to have the crayon put back. This has been read as Homer choosing ignorance, as Homer choosing the comfortable fog over the uncomfortable clarity, as Homer demonstrating in the most literal possible way the town's preference for the lie over the truth. But there is another reading. Homer, seeing Springfield clearly for the first time, also sees his family clearly. He sees what they are to each other. He sees what the family is, the specific and irreplaceable thing that exists in the house on Evergreen Terrace, in the chaos and the dysfunction and the love that is real beneath all of it. And he makes a calculation. Not a sophisticated analytical calculation, a heart calculation. A calculation that says that the clarity that lets me see the plant is the same clarity that makes me miserable in a way that is not compatible with being the father and husband that my family needs. The fog that protects me from the full weight of Springfield's darkness also protects me from a suffering I cannot productively do anything about. The crayon in keeps me in a relationship to my own life that allows me to keep showing up. The crayon out makes me too present to a truth I have no power to change. So he chooses the fog. He chooses to keep showing up. He chooses in his own dim and stumbling and completely characteristic way, his family. That is not stupid. That is not a failure of intelligence. That is, in the particular conditions of Springfield, the only form of intelligence that actually helps anything. The intelligence to know what you cannot change. The intelligence to protect what you can. The intelligence to hold the family together in the dark by choosing to stay inside the dark with them rather than stepping outside it alone. Homer Simpson is not smart, but Homer Simpson knows what he loves. And in Springfield, in the conditions that Springfield has produced, that knowledge is worth more than the alternative. The crayon goes back in, the fog descends, and Homer goes home. Bonus Section 10. The Last Frame. Every episode of The Simpsons ends. This seems obvious. Every television episode ends, the credits roll, the music plays, the screen goes dark, or transitions to the next thing. This is the structure of television. Nothing remarkable about it. But the way The Simpsons ends is specific and worth noticing. Almost every episode, regardless of what happened during its running time, ends with the family in some approximation of their starting state. Together. At home. The catastrophe resolved, or the adventure concluded, or the lesson learned, and then quietly set aside. The credits roll over a Springfield that is, whatever it may have experienced in the previous 22 minutes, unchanged. The same houses, the same streets, the same sky. The ending of a Simpsons episode is not the ending of a story. It is the preparation for the next beginning. The world is set back to its default position so that the next episode can begin from the same place. The reset is the ending. The loop is the structure. But in the very last frame of each episode, before the production credits begin, there is often an image. Sometimes it is the house on Evergreen Terrace, lit from the inside, the family visible in silhouette through the windows. Sometimes it is the Springfield skyline at dusk. Sometimes it is a single character, caught in a moment of stillness between the episode's activity and the return to wherever they were. These last frames are not dramatic. They do not ask you to feel anything in particular. They are transitional, functional, the visual equivalent of a period, at the end of a sentence that was itself the end of a paragraph. But if you pause on them, if you let them land the way they are designed to land rather than immediately moving to the next thing, they carry something. The house on Evergreen Terrace, lit from the inside, is an image of shelter, of warmth, of the particular comfort that a lit building produces in a person looking at it from outside in the dark. It says, someone is in there. Someone is home. The light is on because people are inside it who have not yet gone to sleep, who are still together in the way that families are together in the hour between dinner and bed, the hour that is neither the busy day nor the fully surrendered night. It is the image of the thing worth coming back to. Whatever else is true about Springfield, whatever the water contains, and whatever the cooling towers are breathing into the air, and whatever Burns is doing in his office on the hill above the town. Whatever the actual state of Homer's brain, and however long ago Mona Simpson kissed a sleeping child and disappeared, and whatever the final answer is to the question of who really pulled the trigger in that parking lot. Whatever all of that is, the house is lit, the family is in there. Someone is home. And that image, that particular image of shelter and warmth, and the quiet togetherness of people who have chosen to be in the same space at the end of the day, is the last thing the show shows you before the credits roll. Not the contamination, not the conspiracy, not the billionaire or the fraud or the unsolved mystery or the three-eyed fish. The lit house, the family inside it, the night outside, and someone home in the warmth. That is the last frame. That is what the show has been saying at the end of every episode for 36 years. Whatever else is true about this world, about this town, about these people and their impossible situation, and the darkness that surrounds them on all sides. Someone is home. The light is on. You can come inside. You are always welcome here. Final script. Total. Approximately 42,000 plus word sections are designed for 11 labs. I voice narration. Suggested voice profile, calm, warm, measured pace with natural pauses at paragraph breaks. No dramatic inflection required, the script carries its own weight. Suggested background audio, gentle ambient, possibly rain or distant electrical hum for atmosphere. Bonus section 11. The Springfield that almost was before. The Simpsons was The Simpsons, it was something smaller. Matt Groening was a cartoonist. He had been making a strip called Life in Hell since the early 1980s, a strip about a rabbit named Binky navigating the particular absurdity of adult existence in Los Angeles, work and relationships, and the gap between what was promised and what was delivered. The strip had a devoted readership and a cult status. It was not the kind of thing that produced network television. When James L. Brooks approached Groening about developing animated shorts for The Tracy Ullman Show in 1987, the initial plan was to adapt Life in Hell. Groening declined, not wanting to give up the rights to his existing creation, and in the car on the way to the meeting, he sketched an alternative. A family, a father, mother, 3 children, named after his own family members with the father's name changed from Matt to Homer to avoid autobiographical implication. The first iteration of The Simpsons family that went into production was rougher than what the show eventually became. The animation was cruder, the voice performances less refined, the characterizations broader and less nuanced. The shorts that aired on The Tracy Ullman Show are historically interesting as artifacts of what the show was before it knew what it was. But there is a version of The Simpsons that never existed, a version that the trajectory of the development pointed toward before the show found what it actually was. A version that was more straightforwardly satirical, more overtly political, less emotionally complex. A version that was a sketch comedy wrapper rather than a character study. A version that never found Homer's particular warmth, or Lisa's particular loneliness, or the specific way the family fits together and against each other at the same time. That version is not the show we have. The show we have is the result of a series of creative accidents and decisions, and the fortunate combination of specific creative voices at a specific moment in television history that produced something that nobody fully planned. The show that exists is stranger and more emotionally honest and more durable than what the trajectory initially suggested. And it produced Springfield, which is to say it produced a container large enough to hold all the things we have been talking about tonight. A town complex enough to sustain 36 years of theorizing. A cast rich enough to generate 100 different ways of asking the same questions about how people live inside systems that damage them, and what love looks like in those conditions. And what lasts. What lasts in Springfield. After the contamination and the corruption, and the immortal billionaire, and the unsolved mystery, and the collective denial, and the floating timeline. What lasts? The family on the couch. The specific and irreducible thing that Homer and Marge and Bart and Lisa and Maggie are to each other, in the middle of everything else. Not despite the damage, alongside it, through it. The love that has been running for 36 years as the show's quiet constant, the thing beneath all the theories and all the darkness and all the questions that Springfield cannot bring itself to answer. The love is not perfect. The show has never claimed it is perfect. Homer strangles Bart. Marge suppresses herself into configurations that serve everyone but her. Bart and Lisa fight with the particular ferocity of siblings who are too different and too close and too stuck in the same small house to have anywhere to put it. Maggie watches all of it with her enormous eyes and her deliberate silence and decides repeatedly that the silence is still the right choice. But the love is there. In the house on Evergreen Terrace, in the lit window at the end of the episode, in Homer always finding his way home, in Marge always being there when he does, in the fact that after 800 episodes and 36 years and every theory and every mystery and every reset and every forgotten catastrophe, the family is still together on the couch. The Springfield that almost was, the cruder and more cartoonish version, would not have produced that. It would not have had the patience for the emotional complexity that makes the love feel real. It would not have cared enough about these specific people to make their specific relationships matter in the way that they do. The Springfield that exists, the Springfield we have been sitting with tonight, Produces it because the show, at its best, cares. It cares about Homer in a way that goes beyond using him as a vehicle for jokes. It cares about what he lost and what he has and what he cannot understand about his own life, and what he understands perfectly despite everything. It cares about Lisa's particular loneliness, and Maggie's particular silence, and Bart's particular refusal, and Marge's particular patience. It cares about the family. And 36 years in, after everything, the caring is still legible. In the last frame, in the lit window, in the couch gag that plays every week, and the family that arrives on the couch, and the episode that begins, and the story that tells itself, and the reset that prepares for the next beginning. The Springfield that almost was would have been a different show. The Springfield that is the one we needed, whether we knew it or not. Whether Springfield is a dream or a contamination zone or a collectively maintained fiction or all three at once. The family is still on the couch, the light is still on, and we are still here. Watching. Bonus Section 12. The Simpsons and the Mirror. America has had a complicated relationship with its own reflection for a long time. The particular national capacity for optimism, the belief in improvement and progress, and the idea that tomorrow will be better than today, is one of the defining characteristics of the culture that produced Springfield. It is also, inevitably, in tension with the evidence. The evidence that some things do not improve, that some systems are designed to persist rather than to change, that the people inside those systems are sometimes too invested in their own survival within them to have the energy left for the larger project of transforming them. Springfield is the place where this tension lives. It is not a cynical show. This is worth saying clearly, because the theories we have been exploring tonight can give a cynical impression of a show that is not, at its heart, cynical. The contamination and the corruption and the immortal billionaire and all the rest of it are real elements of the Springfield universe, and they are dark. But the show is not dark in the way of nihilism or hopelessness. It is dark in the way of honesty, in the way of a mirror that has chosen not to soften what it reflects. The Simpsons was, for the first decade of its existence, the funniest show on American television. Not the most technically sophisticated, not the most dramatically ambitious. The funniest. And the funniness was not an alternative to the honesty. It was the delivery system for the honesty. The joke was the mechanism by which the uncomfortable truth got past the audience's defenses. You were laughing before you had time to decide whether you wanted to hear what the joke was actually saying. This is the oldest function of comedy, the fool telling the king what the courtiers would not, the jester's license to speak truths that would get anyone else arrested or worse. The Simpsons, from its very beginning, understood itself as operating in this tradition. The Homer joke is the delivery system for the observation about American men and work and self-destructiveness. The Burns joke is the delivery system for the observation about wealth and power and the way they sustain themselves in defiance of any accountability. The Lisa joke is the delivery system for the observation about intelligence and idealism and what happens to both of them in contact with the real world. The mirror works because you are laughing at it. You are laughing at Springfield. You are laughing at Homer and his donuts and his catastrophic professional incompetence. You are laughing at Burns and his withered menace. You are laughing at the police who cannot solve crimes, and the mayor who does not try to govern, and the school that struggles to educate, and the nuclear plant that nobody can quite bring themselves to close. You are laughing, and then you stop laughing for just a moment and you recognize something. You recognize the job that Homer can never quite do well enough. You recognize the employer who cannot remember your name. You recognize the systems that persist regardless of how badly they serve the people inside them. You recognize the particular tiredness of someone who is trying to do right by their family, inside conditions that were not designed with their family in mind. You recognize Springfield, because Springfield is real. Not the yellow skin and the three-eyed fish and the immortal billionaire. The architecture of it, the way power works in it, the way families love each other inside conditions that make love difficult, the way communities maintain their comfortable fictions rather than facing their uncomfortable truths. The way time passes without things changing as much as the passage of time should require. All of that is real. All of that is here, in the world outside the screen, in the communities we actually inhabit, in the structures we actually navigate, in the families we actually maintain. Springfield is America looking at itself. America recognizes Springfield. That is why the theories feel true even when they are not provable. That is why the questions Springfield raises feel pressing, even though they are about a cartoon. The cartoon is a delivery system. The questions are real questions about real things that the cartoon happens to be able to ask more clearly than the official channels of discussion usually allow. Why do the systems that harm us persist? Why do the communities that should protect us sometimes choose instead to protect the things that harm us? Why does the knowledge of what is wrong not automatically produce the capacity to change it? Why do the people who suffer most inside broken systems sometimes work hardest to maintain those systems? These are the questions of Springfield. These are the questions that the theories spend thousands of words circling. And they do not have clean answers. Not in Springfield, not anywhere. But the asking of them matters. The fact that a cartoon family, in a contaminated town with an immortal billionaire on the hill and a comatose dreamer in the hospital, and a silent baby watching everything and an honest man tied to a train, has produced 36 years of people asking these questions matters. The mirror is doing its job, even if we do not always like what we see in it, especially then. Bonus Section 13. Falling asleep in Springfield. You have been in Springfield for a long time now, hours by this point. You have walked through its impossible geography and sat with its impossible people and considered its impossible permanence. You have followed every theory to its conclusion and found, at each conclusion, another question waiting. You have watched the cooling towers breathe and the river glow and the family come home. And somewhere in the course of all of this, it is possible that you have begun to understand the show differently. Not in the analytical sense of having resolved the theories or reached conclusions that can be stated clearly and briefly. In the more diffuse and perhaps more honest sense of having spent time in something and having that time change the quality of your relationship to it. The Simpsons is a show you can spend time in. This is unusual. Most television is linear. You watch it, it ends. The relationship is sequential and, once complete, finished. But The Simpsons has a different relationship to time, in its content and in its experience. You can drop into it at any point in its 800-episode run and find something recognizable. You can watch episodes out of order, can start from the beginning or from the middle or from a random episode chosen by an algorithm, and the show will receive you. It will be what it is. It is always what it is. And what it is, in the final accounting, is a story about people who love each other under difficult conditions. The theories are ways of describing the difficult conditions. The radiation and the coma and the collective denial and the immortal billionaire are the show's detailed inventory of what makes love hard in Springfield, and by extension everywhere. They are the specifics of the difficulty, the catalog of the obstacles, the evidence file of everything that has been arranged against the family's ability to simply be what it wants to be. Together, warm, at home. But the love is not a theory. The love is just there. In the house. In the lit window. In Homer always making it home. In Marge always being there when he does. In Bart and Lisa fighting with the energy of people who will never stop caring about each other, even when they insist otherwise. In Maggie watching everything with her enormous patient eyes, understanding more than anyone gives her credit for, saying nothing, keeping her counsel, waiting for the moment that she alone will know has arrived. The love is not solved by the theories, it is what the theories are working around. The thing at the center that the theories are trying to explain from the outside. Why does the family hold together in these conditions? Why, surrounded by contamination and corruption and collective denial, and an immortal enemy and the accumulated weight of everything the system has done to them, do they keep showing up for each other? Because they love each other. That is the whole answer. It is the only answer that actually ends the question. And it is, in the end, the reason we keep coming back. Not to Springfield, exactly. Not to the yellow skin and the four fingers and the glowing river. To the house on Evergreen Terrace. To the family inside it. To the love that persists. We keep coming back because the love persists. Because the loop, whatever else it is, contains that. Because the world that runs and resets and runs again whatever is driving the run, keeps returning to the same place. The couch, the family, the episode beginning, and somehow, every time it is enough. More than enough. The cooling towers breathe. The river catches the light. The house is lit from inside. Someone is home. Good night. Complete script. Total word count, approximately 42,000 words, 11 major sections, plus 13 bonus sections. Optimized for 11 Labs voice synthesis, conversational, relaxing narration style. Subscribe and comment CTA included. After Section 1, bonus Section 14, the things that happen between episodes. One of the strangest aspects of the Springfield universe, strange enough that it sits in the category of things you notice only when you have been watching the show for long enough to have the pattern become visible, is the implied life that exists in the spaces the show does not show you. The episodes account for roughly 22 minutes each. The show has produced nearly 800 of them. That is a significant quantity of Springfield time. But 800 episodes times 22 minutes is still a fraction of the actual duration of the Simpson family's existence within the show's universe. The episodes are the highlights, the peaks, the moments significant enough to have a narrative built around them. Between the episodes, the family continues. Homer goes to work and comes home and watches television and falls asleep on the couch. Marge makes dinner and does the grocery shopping and has conversations that nobody wrote down. Bart rides his skateboard through streets that no episode camera follows him through. Lisa plays her saxophone in a room that no microphone captures. The between episodes time is enormous and invisible, and the theory suggests it is where most of the damage happens. The contamination does not operate in the dramatic moments, it operates in the ordinary ones. The glass of water at breakfast, the air breathed during homework. The low-level chronic exposure that does not produce acute symptoms but accumulates, slowly and without drama, into the kinds of effects that become visible only across the long duration. The between episodes time is when the contamination does its work. It is also, perhaps, when the love does its work. The moments that matter most in any family's life are not usually the ones that would make good television. The quiet conversations in the kitchen after the children are asleep, the ordinary Tuesday evenings with nothing particular happening, the accumulated small choices to show up and stay and continue that constitute in their aggregate the structure of a lasting relationship. These are not dramatic. They do not generate stories. They happen in the between episodes time, in the invisible life of a family that the show knows about but cannot show because it has no events to build around. But you can feel them sometimes, in the ways the characters relate to each other in the episode moments. In the ease with which certain interactions happen, the shorthand that two people develop over years of ordinary time together, the way Marge and Homer sometimes seem to understand each other without needing to explain, the way their conflicts resolve with a speed that would not be possible without a history of resolving them. The between episodes time is where the family became a family. The episodes are what you see. The between episodes time is what made the episodes possible. And this distinction matters for the theories. If the coma theory is true, the between episodes time is where Homer's dream is most present. Not in the dramatic episodes, which are the artifacts of a deteriorating brain reaching for stimulation. In the quiet ones, in the ordinary Tuesday evening that Homer's unconscious mind returns to again and again. Not because it contains anything remarkable, but because it contains everything that matters. The kitchen table, the dinner, the family together, Maggie in her high chair, Bart complaining about something, Lisa reading, Marge moving around the kitchen with the ease of someone who has learned the geography of her own home so thoroughly that she no longer needs to think about it. The between episodes time is Homer's home. The episodes are dreams within the dream. If the radiation theory is true, the between episodes time is where the cumulative damage accumulates. Not in the dramatic incidents, which are too acute and too fast to produce the slow neurological erosion that the theory requires. In the water at breakfast, in the air at the kitchen window, in the 1,000 small exposures that add up across the invisible time to the cognitive state that the episodes depict. If the collective denial theory is true, the between episodes time is where the agreements are maintained. The quiet afternoons where the town collectively continues not to ask Not ask the questions it has decided not to ask. The ordinary days where the social contract is kept by simply going about the business of ordinary days. The choice not to look made not once in a dramatic moment of civic decision, but continuously in the unspectacular moment-by-moment practice of looking away. The theories find their evidence in the episodes, but they find their causes in the time between, that invisible time, that ordinary, uncaptured, unnarrated life. That is where Springfield is most itself, not in the dramatic episodes that we remember and discuss and theorize about. In the space between them, in the breakfast and the commute and the ordinary afternoon and the dinner and the evening and the sleep. In the hum, low and constant, everywhere, all the time. Bonus Section 15. One more night in Springfield. The best way to understand a place is to spend the night in it, not the day when everything is performing its function, when the streets are full and the institutions are open and the town is showing you the version of itself it wants you to see. The night when the performance has stopped, when the town is existing without an audience, when the shapes of things are determined by what they actually are rather than what they are trying to seem. You have spent a night in Springfield. You have been here through all of it, through the contamination and the coma and the unsolved mystery and the immortal billionaire and the collective forgetting and the silent genius baby and the disappeared mother and the predictions and the saddest man and the man who keeps dying and all the rest. You have stayed in Springfield past the point where the narrative gives you comfortable resolution, into the hours where the questions remain questions and the mysteries remain mysteries, and the only thing that is certain is the house on Evergreen Terrace with its light on. You know more about this town than most of its residents do. That is the particular privilege and the particular burden of being outside the system looking in. You can see the cooling towers and the river and the fish and the pattern they make together. You can follow the evidence and reach the conclusion that everyone inside the loop cannot quite reach because they are inside it. You have the clarity that Homer briefly had with the crayon removed, the ability to look at the architecture of the situation and see what it is. But you also know what Homer knew when he chose to put the crayon back. The clarity is not enough by itself. The clarity without the capacity to change what you are clear-eyed about produces a particular kind of suffering that is worse than the fog. Homer chose the fog because the fog let him keep showing up. The clarity would have driven him away. You have the clarity. You are not Homer. You have the option that Homer did not have, which is to be outside the loop while seeing it. To understand what Springfield is without being trapped in what Springfield is. But you have also tonight, in the hours we have spent here together, perhaps understood something about the value of the loop itself, about why it persists, about what it contains. The family on the couch, the light in the window, the love that runs through 36 years of episodes like a current through a wire, powering everything, often invisible, always present. That is real. Whatever Springfield is, whatever the theories are, whatever the answer to every mystery we have opened tonight turns out to be, or not to be, or to be too complicated to state cleanly. The love is real, and the loop that contains it, whatever its causes and whatever its costs, also contains that. Bart is still 10 years old. He will be 10 forever. And every night, for as long as the show continues, he will be 10 in a house where someone loves him, where the dinner will be made and the bedtime will come and the morning will arrive and the skateboard will be waiting and the day will begin. He will be 10 forever in a world that is broken in specific and nameable ways, surrounded by contamination and corruption and collective denial and the weight of everything that has been arranged against his family's ability to thrive. And the family will thrive anyway, because that is what families do in Springfield and everywhere. They find each other in the evening, they sit down together, they continue. Springfield will be there when the sun comes up. The sky will be the color it always is. The plant will be running. The river will be doing whatever it does in the morning. Homer will get up and make his way to the kitchen and find the coffee already made because Marge was up first. He will drink it without thinking too carefully about the water it was made from. He will sit down at the table. He will be home. He will be exactly where he is supposed to be. And somewhere in the deep and particular peace of a family that has found its equilibrium in the middle of everything that should have prevented it from finding any equilibrium at all, Springfield will continue. The loop will run. And we will watch. And maybe that is enough. Good night, Springfield. We will see you next week. Final complete script. Fall asleep to every strange Simpsons theory. Total word count. Approximately 43,000 plus spoken words. All project instructions followed. Subscribe/comment. CTA after Section 1. No WAG or synonymous term. Relaxing story-driven narration. 11 labs optimized delivery. 40,000 plus word minimum exceeded bonus. Section 16. The consistency of the yellow sky. There is something about the Springfield sky. It is not the dramatic sky of adventure films, not the churning dark sky of disaster movies, not the saturated blue of aspirational advertising. It is a specific and particular color that exists nowhere in the real world's palette of actual atmospheric conditions. A pale, slightly washed out yellow blue, the color of a sky that has been outside for a very long time and has not quite been refreshed. The color of air that has absorbed something from the environment it sits above. The show has used this sky as its establishing palette since the very first season. It is as consistent as the family's skin tone, as consistent as the cooling towers, as consistent as the specific shade of yellow that covers every resident who has spent significant time in this place. The Springfield sky is part of the visual grammar of the show, so fundamental that you stop seeing it the way you stop seeing the wallpaper in a room you have been in too many times. But it is there, every establishing shot, every exterior, every moment when the camera pulls back to show you Springfield as a whole. The sky is that color. The buildings beneath it are yellow and pink and green and the various hues of American suburban architecture, and above all of it, that sky. The radiation theory notes this without making too much of it. Atmospheric conditions near nuclear facilities are not always visibly different from conditions elsewhere. The contamination the theory describes operates primarily through water and soil rather than air. The sky color is more likely an artistic choice than evidence of anything chemical. But as an artistic choice, it carries weight. The sky above Springfield is not a normal sky. It is not the sky of an unaffected place. It is the sky of a place that has been something specific for a very long time, that has accumulated the particular atmosphere of its own history and carries it visibly. The sky is the color that a sky gets above a town that has been soaking in its own particular weather for decades. Every weather system passes through Springfield. The snow and the heat and the rain and the occasional tropical conditions that the show deploys when the plot requires a different backdrop. But underneath all of it, the baseline sky is always there. The same color. The same particular shade of a world that is not quite right, but has been not quite right for so long, that not quite right has become the definition of right for everyone who lives beneath it. The sky is the show's most consistent visual element. The family's love is the show's most consistent emotional element. They coexist. The sky that says something is wrong here, the love that persists anyway. That is Springfield. That has always been Springfield. The sky does not have to be beautiful to be home. The conditions do not have to be ideal to be what you know. The water does not have to be clean for the morning coffee to be the thing that begins the day. The towers do not have to be safe for the lights to be the lights you grew up with, the lights that mean home, the lights whose particular quality of illumination is encoded in your body as comfort regardless of their source. Springfield is wrong in ways that are nameable and specific. The sky records it, the river carries it, the fish demonstrate it, and the family gets up every morning and has breakfast and goes to school and goes to work and comes home. Because that is what you do. When the place is wrong, but it is yours. You show up, you make the coffee, you hold the family together. You look at the sky, you say, "This is where I live." And the sky says back, in its particular pale wrong color, "Yes, this is where you live here, this is home."